This is my complete playthrough of Doom 64, played on PC. This includes the base game and the lost levels, all being played on the Watch Me Die difficulty. Hey and welcome to map 1 of Doom 64. This is staging area. First thing we're going to do here is get rid of the zombie men at the start. There is a berserk pack behind the starting area. We're not going to blow that barrel up right now, but we are going to admire that floating platform there. So this is Doom 64, and this has quite a few things going on that are not present in the other Doom games. So as we kind of make our way through Doom 64, we'll talk about them. And you can definitely see this is a different aesthetic to the Doom games we've been playing thus far. Coloured lighting, different textures, different weapon sprites and sounds. This is very much a different kind of Doom game, but it plays almost identically. As we make our way up the steps here, the wall of the rises, revealing more shotgunners. So we can grab the chainsaw. You can see it's a double-bladed chainsaw in this version, which is pretty interesting. There's a secret armor bonus in the wall there, which we're going to grab. But you can definitely tell that this is heavily inspired by the PS1 version of Doom, which made use of coloured lighting, had a more darker tone and a different kind of soundtrack. And that's because this was actually developed by the same team. They actually went from making the PS1 Doom to making this Doom. And this is a bit more ambitious. This is kind of the next step of what PS1 Doom would become, I feel. So in my mind, I always treat this game as a sequel to PS1 Doom. Just gonna sneak around these corners here. Gonna make sure we destroy the barrels as we go through the level. There is a reason for that. So there's enemies around every corner here. We've just got to be careful of those. There's nothing there. There is a secret behind this wall here, however. So if we blow that barrel up there, we can get the Mega Armor, which gives us 200% armor. Not bad at all. So grab the blue key card there. Quite a bit of ammo dotted around. But now we can head inside the blue door here. Going to take down the shotgunners and the zombie men inside here. You can see there's enemies around this corner here. Just got to be careful we don't take too much damage from them. Destroy the barrel while we remember it. So if you come inside here, there's a bit of a surprising trap here for players. You can see that we get a bunch of pinkies. So you can see in this version of Doom, the pinkies look a lot bulkier. They also look a lot more muscly, so they have a slightly different aura to them. Not quite as cute in this version, but the chainsaw still does the job, which is all we want to care about. Hit this switch here. It does allow us to leave this area. Gonna take out the enemies around the corner here. You can see this wall has opened up, so now we can actually go around the level fully here. One downside to Doom 64 was that unlike the PS1 version, there was no way to do this on co-op on N64. Which is a real shame. Like, I wouldn't have minded playing this in co-op back in the day. But one thing I do love is that Doom 64 has a slightly more advanced lighting engine. So it's able to light sectors up in different ways. And as you can see when we go inside this room here... Ooh, that pinky really got squished there in the door. Doom 64 has some really interesting tricks up its sleeves to sort of differentiate itself, and I really kind of like how those are executed. We're going to destroy that. You also get a sort of Duke Nukem 3D-esque thing here where you can kind of look into a sort of CCTV kind of thing. It's a very random feature and it only turns up at a few points in this game, but it's there. But yeah, as you can see, The lighting in here is really cool because as the light sort of spins around the room, it kind of creates shadows, well, the illusion of shadows because of the way that the lighting in the sectors changes. That's the only imp in this level, and we've just killed it. But yeah, I really dig Doom 64. I think that it's a very valid part of the Doom sort of family of games, and being completely honest, it's one of those games that for years I spent saying people should go out and play, and the fact that you can now play this on all the modern consoles is pretty great in my opinion. Gonna hit this switch, gonna drop down here, destroy that barrel, gonna grab the supercharge there. So we need to go into this teleporter here because you'll notice that little blood patch on there. We're back at the entrance of the level here. If you destroy all the barrels in the level, you can actually enter a secret exit, and this takes us to Hectic. Hey, and welcome to the second level of Doom 64. This is the Terraformer. Quick insert here, just because I know there are going to be some people asking in the comment section. Yes, I am going to be doing Hectic, and yes, we will get to it eventually, but I am going to add it to the end of the run, just because I feel it's a bit too short to be its own video. The plan is to do a big video with all the fun levels together at the end of the run, so that's where Hectic's going to be. This opening room has a bunch of zombie men in it, and we're just going to take these out with our pistol here. To the left here, there's a few imps on higher difficulties. Just want to avoid their fireballs as best we can. Take out the imps here. The fireballs move a lot slower in this version of the game, so it's actually easier to move out of the way. There is no nightmare difficulty on this game. As you can see, we can't go towards the exit of the level. This is a very interesting space, very dark but lit up by the red lights. Of course, this is going to be a nasty trap filled with pinkies, so make sure you make good use of the chain gun here. If you time your shot right, you can take out most of the pinkies with the barrels in the middle. Nice little trap, that one. But here's something I really love about Doom 64, the way that levels transform around the player. So you can see here, this has gone from a dark area to a well-lit blue hued corridor, and it is something we will be seeing quite a bit of because Doom 64 does love to make use of that technique. Gonna grab this Berserk pack because it will be a bit useful later on. You can see inside the red door there, we need to hit that switch, but we can't quite get in there yet. Gonna take out these imps here. You can see the fireball doesn't move as fast as it does in the PC version. At least it doesn't look like it's moving as fast. Just be careful as you're making your way around this corridor here. You'll also notice that the light amplification goggles did not light up that corridor behind us. So in this version, the light amplification goggles does not turn everything to maximum lighting. You'll also notice that this key is transferring itself around the room here. So again, this is another Doom 64 technique. They do love playing with the player in some of these areas. We're just going to have to wait for it to move to its final position. So be careful when choosing which switch to hit here. If it's got these little panels at the side, it means it's going to crush you. It's a fake switch. It does actually change every time you play this level as well, so there's a chance you could see it appear in any 4 of those sectors. That's something that Doom 64 does differently as well. There is some elements of RNG where it wasn't present in the base Doom games. Just going to make our way through this corridor here. Don't really want to fall down right now. I'd like to get rid of all these enemies before we do that. So we're going to try to avoid dropping down. We're going to head into this area here. There are some imps in this little area here. There are some rockets. We don't get the rocket launcher on this level, unfortunately. But, you know, it's nice to pick up the ammo for it. You can see here we do get spectres in this version of Doom as well. They are pretty hard to spot as well, so be aware of that. That door there doesn't unlock, but this is a secret here. Make sure you grab it because there's a bunch of goodies in here that you really want to get your hands on. Going to grab the supercharge there, and you can see it actually kind of comes around in a big circle, so you know, we're heading back this way because we need to actually drop down here now. So this next section is pretty interesting. This is a crusher section, and it only activates when you're actually in or near the sector. If you try walking away from it, the crusher will actually stop. So you actually have to be here for it to work. Also, just be careful as you're moving through. In this game, it is possible for the crusher to graze you slightly and not freeze you in place, so it can hurt you. So just make sure you're not too close. As you can see, it didn't activate until we were right next to the crusher. Luckily, these lights here are guiding us. I'm just sort of sidestepping here, making sure we don't wander too far. Just taking our time here, there's no need to rush. So this is the red door. As I always say with Doom, if it looks like a trap, it probably is. That room looked like a trap, so there was some imps waiting to ambush us. Doom 64 goes big on terraforming its levels, so there's always some kind of big transformation potentially in the works. And as you can see here, by using this terraformer here, we're able to access the later part of this level, but we can't actually open the door to get out there, so we can't interact with this outside of just watching it. It does make me wonder if they'd thought about that as a feature. Would it have made it into the original Dooms? Because it would have been fun to see transforming levels in the base Doom games. So just got to be careful in this corridor. There are some enemies in these cages. They will shoot you if you get in front of them, so just take them out from a distance. I do love the chain gun in this version. I do love the noise it makes, and I do love the little blue flame it shoots out at the end, because that just kind of makes it feel extra powerful in my opinion. So as we make our way into this courtyard here, just be careful, because there's quite a few hit scanner enemies out here. And there's a few imps up top there that we really don't want to be dealing with. So we're going to head into this sort of little computer lab area here. It's a bit of an annoying one because there's a whole bunch of zombie men and shotgunner guys in here. And the thing is, they can shoot you just like you can shoot them over the top of the computers. So I just kind of like letting them come towards me. It's a lot easier than sort of going in there and having them sort of blast me in the face. Excellent. Oh, hello. Didn't expect to see someone around the corner there. So when you hit that switch, it brings you to this room here. This is where those imps were early on that we shot at. You can grab the yellow key and we can pretty much head towards the end of the level here. There is a secret room here. Recommend grabbing the rockets if you want to be supercharged with the rocket launcher when you get that next level. And you can see here, opening this door takes us over here. This is the door we couldn't open earlier on. So yeah, we're pretty much done with this level here. Again, it's another fun level. It's got a lot of creepy atmosphere about it. I really think the lighting adds a lot to Doom 64's levels. They really kind of make some of these rooms very memorable. Do love the cold lighting here as well. Love that we're going to be seeing a lot of that. So yeah, honestly, really enjoyed this one. It's not a complicated level, it's not overly long, but it's a nice little level, and it sort of introduces a lot of the concepts that Doom 64 is going to be running with as we make our way through the game here. I think it's a solid second level. I don't think it does anything too exciting, but at the same time, it's doing what it needs to teach the player the essentials for when the really hard levels start kicking in. And trust me, Doom 64 gets a bit hard later on in the run. Hey and welcome to map 3 of Doom 64. This is main engineering. We're going to shoot this shotgun guy in the back with the super shotgun. We're then going to take on these new enemies. These are nightmare imps. So they're basically spectre imps, but with faster projectiles. They shoot purple projectiles which move faster, as you can see there. So this level reintroduces a bunch of enemies, and we're going to be looking at them as we kind of make our way through the level. So the interesting thing is that if you come back here in a little bit, there will actually be a backpack that spawns up there. But here's one of the things I love about Doom 64, watching these sort of levels construct themselves in front of us. It's pretty interesting to see. So you got to be careful because a bunch of imps are going to spawn around this central structure. There's also some on the other side that we need to be aware of. So you can see the super shotgun works very similar to how it does in the PC game, it's just it has less frames. So an interesting thing they did to save space on the cartridge in Doom 64, they actually removed some of the frames from the weapons firing, and the super shotgun is one of those that unfortunately loses a few frames. We get the chain gun back here. So now that we've got the blue keycard, we're going to head up here. There should be a backpack that's spawned here. Lovely. So once we head inside the blue door here, there are a bunch of cacodemons. So yes, this is the Doom 64 variant of the cacodemon. Now I know some people are not a fan of the brown design because they feel it loses some of that character that the original cacodemon has. Personally speaking, I think it's pretty neat. I actually kind of like this interpretation of the cacodemon. Not as much as the original, but I do think it is pretty nice to look at, to be honest. So there's going to be another cacodemon just around the corner there. So there's a secret here when you hit that wall panel there. So once you've cleared out the cacodemons, you have to hit the switches here. This opens up these teleporters, which allows us to head into the center, but we're not actually going to go there. We're actually going to head this way. So you can see by hitting all those switches, we've actually spawned all of these imps here. You see some more spawned down there as well. We do get a rocket launcher here, which is pretty neat. We've got ourselves an invulnerability. Now the reason I've got this is because this next room, I would like to not get hit in it, so I would like to take no damage if at all possible. So just for my peace of mind, there's quite a few lost souls in the center here, and they do like to fly in this game, so didn't really need the invulnerability in the end, did we? You see, there's a bit of a rush there. Once you hit that switch, things start to escalate very quickly in this space. So we're gonna grab those. Those don't actually count as secrets, interestingly enough. But you need to use that elevator to grab the yellow keycard. We're going to head inside here. So there's some nightmare imps behind the door there, just be careful for them. You can head down here and grab some ammo if you really want to. So nice, we're going to do it twice, apparently. So this is another transformation room. So you can see a bunch of enemies have spawned up there. It's mainly just imps and lost souls. But the thing is, they can overwhelm you pretty quickly if you're not careful. We're going to hit these switches here. You can see that that opens up this secret panel here. So this actually lets us look into the exit room here. There's some nightmare imps waiting for us, so we're just going to shoot them through the gate here. Just going to make sure we take out all of the enemies there. There's one just around the corner that you can kind of clip with your weapon if you're careful. So we need the red key card, and the red key card actually appears here. So there is a soul sphere that appears there as well. If you're lucky enough and you remember, you can actually go out there and grab it. There is also one final secret right here before the end of the level. You need to hit that wall panel. You can see there, that's where we shot through. But yeah, this level is fine. The funny thing with this level is this actually has a lot of nostalgia for me. I actually remember seeing this level on one of those old VHS demo tapes for the N64, because I saw someone did a walkthrough of this level, and this is the level that made me want to play Doom 64 in the first place. So this level kind of has a lot of nostalgia for me, even though I don't think it's a particularly strong Doom level, in my opinion. Honestly, it's not bad. It's just that, you know, it doesn't really do anything out of the ordinary. Main engineering's pretty tame by Doom standards, but it's a fun level regardless. Hey, and welcome to map 4 of Doom 64. This is Holding Area. And as you saw there, behind the starting area, there is a secret berserk pack. It's worth grabbing if you're pistol starting this one, just because the start to this level can be pretty chaotic. You'll want to dodge all the fireballs from the imps. Be careful, because there are 2 zombie men who will sort of rush you. You can see one of them there. I think the other one's down at the bottom. There's also 2, well, enemies on either side here in these cages. Make sure you take the time to get rid of them. I think that door opens after 30 seconds. But once it does, a bunch of pinkies will rush into the room, so you've got to be very quick and on your toes here. Punch you in the face. Get rid of that shotgun guy there. So when dealing with the pinkies on this level, I do like to make use of the berserk pack. The more shotgun shells you can save, the better. Once we hit these switches, a pinky is going to spawn right there. There's also going to be a shotgun guy around the corner here. In Doom 64, it's actually quite difficult to tell the difference between zombie men and shotgun guys from a distance, so you really will only find out once you kind of get up close. But however, one thing I do like about Doom 64's changes, the Hell Knight and the Baron are more distinguishable because they both shoot different coloured flames, so that's pretty cool. We're going to hit these switches here. So there's 3 shotgun guys who will rush us here. I say rush, they're coming very slowly. There should be 2 around this corner. There's 1. There's 2. So we're going to head in this direction here. So this is actually the exit area. We can't actually go towards the exit right now. There is a secret exit and we can actually access it right now if we really wanted to. However, I do want to clear this level of all of its enemies, so we will be avoiding that for now. There's quite a few lost souls in here, so just be careful when exploring. I like to use this door as a bit of a buffer, just so they can't overrun me. You can see there's a lost soul behind that switch up there. There's another one there. Grab the box of shells there. There is another lost soul there. Gotta be careful because there is another shotgunner hanging around this Hell Knight here. And you can tell it's a Hell Knight because it's firing green flames. The Barons in this game shoot red flames, and they have a slightly darker hue to the pink skin. Going to destroy this barrel here. This is a secret switch, opens up these secret compartments. Just be wary because there are some lost souls hanging around inside. Gonna sneakily open this door and blast away these shotgun guys. So this is a pretty interesting puzzle in terms of Doom. You have to hit these switches in the right order. Get it wrong and you can't access the secret exit. It's 3, 1, 2, 4. I didn't just check that before clicking these switches. As soon as you hit the 4th one, a bunch of lost souls will spawn in down here on the harder difficulty, so just make sure you're prepared for that. You can also see that the Hell Knights that have spawned in over there are trying to hit me. They can just about see my legs, but they can't hit me over the lip of that door. Works for me. So for some reason I always thought there was a Baron of Hell up here, but no, it's just 2 Hell Knights. So now that we've cleared this room out, we should have an easy time when it comes to finishing this level, but we're not quite done yet. No, we have to come this way. So this actually takes us outside. There's another Hell Knight at the top of these steps here, surrounded by a bunch of imps. It is possible to get them to infight, but you kind of have to hope that they start shooting into each other. Because we've saved more than enough shotgun shells, I'm really not fussed about just taking this guy out as quickly as possible. And of course, if you brought the double barrel shotgun in from the previous level, this will be a lot easier. So this is an outdoor area in Doom 64. Love it. Looks really cool. Very understated. But as soon as you go around there, a bunch of imps are going to appear in the center. You can see that that platform in the center there with the switches is rising and falling. You have to time it so that you can grab this chain gun here. A Hell Knight has just spawned back in the corridors down here. Just going to make sure that we get rid of this, just because if I don't take it out now, I will forget about it. I do like the use of lighting in Doom 64. Lots of different variety on show here. It's very well utilised. So what I've done there, I've just woken up a bunch of lost souls around the outside of here. Not only is there a blue key and some ammo, there's a bunch of lost souls, and when you're playing on the top difficulty, they can be hyper aggressive, which is why I'm just taking my time here, making sure I don't get ambushed by them, because they can sap away your health, in particular when you don't have any armor. Gonna see if I can trigger them by using the rocket launcher against the wall here. Don't think we're going to be able to. So what I'm doing here, I'm just waking them up, seeing if I can get them to sort of pop up like that. And that's all we're going to manage there. Let's just get rid of these guys here. Once you've kind of got rid of the bulk of them that rolls up at the start, it's pretty easy to handle all of these guys. Grab the bullets if you need them there. Again, I do like this outdoor space, very understated, and it's very well designed. It's a nice little arena, this, because the depth down there really can catch people out with the lost souls. There's just so much atmosphere in these Doom 64 levels, and these are just tech bases. We're not even at the hell levels yet, which are going to be just a different level of atmosphere. But first things first, we have to get rid of these Hell Knights. We have more than enough ammo here to deal with these guys. Keep my distance because I don't want to get hit by those fireballs. And that's the final Hell Knight. So if you come in here, this is the normal exit. If you mess up the puzzle, this is the way you'll come out of the level. However, if you get the puzzle correct, you can actually go into the teleporter where we grabbed the rocket launcher earlier on. And as long as you have enough speed, you can make it all the way across. And this is the secret exit. This will actually take us to, I think it's Outpost. But yeah, this takes us to the secret level. But yeah, holding area, a fun little level. It's a nice little challenge. If you're pistol starting, the start can be a particular rough ride. But this is the one that introduces Hell Knights, and they're a really fun enemy in this one. So yeah, it takes us to Outpost Omega. So yeah, in the next video we'll be tackling the second secret level, but the first one we'll be covering in this series. But yeah, we're not going to see too many more tech bases. Once we enter Hell, we pretty much stay in Hell. So if you're not enjoying the tech base aesthetic, don't worry, this is not going to be lasting that long. So this is the text crawl that introduces us to the second secret level of Doom 64. It's a fun one, it's quite tough, so I'm looking forward to playing it for you guys. Hey, and welcome to map 29 of Doom 64, the second secret level. This is Outpost Omega, and Doom 64 treats its secret levels very differently from normal Doom. So if you've never played Doom 64, you may not be aware of what we're actually doing here. This isn't just another level that we're kind of exploring. This actually has a hidden objective. And we start that by grabbing this hidden red key. Why is there a hidden red key in the wall? We'll talk about that a bit later on in the level. But you can see that this is a very interesting room. And once we grab the rocket launcher, we get a bunch of mancubus in front of us. So we're going to take these guys down with the rocket launchers here. The mancubus can't get out of the cages, but it is just worth watching that you don't get smacked in the face by the rockets. Once you kill them, this door opens up. There is a pain elemental inside here, and there are a bunch of lost souls because of that, as well as a caco demon and some shotgun guys right at the back of the room. It's quite a busy section of the level, this. I'm just making sure here to take down the caco demon. I thought I had some rockets there. I do not. But we do have a bunch of imps in front of us. We need to get rid of these guys. So the thing with this level is that it's not super long. However, it does have a bunch of secrets in it, which may be of interest to you playing. So we're going to grab all this shotgun ammo, take down these imps behind that barrier there. So we're going to hit the switch there. That allows us to come up here. There is a line dev on the floor that opens up access to another secret here. So we can grab the super shotgun. Now, it's not essential for this level because a lot of the enemies can be taken down with the normal shotgun, but it's worth having in our arsenal just in case we need it. There are some shotgun guys on these stairs here. Just need to make sure we get rid of them. We have to go inside this door here. There is a lift at the end here. Once we grab the blue key, that room's going to fill with imps. Nothing too concerning, but it's worth just keeping an eye on where they all are, because you know how imps are. They like to get everywhere. There are some ammo boxes as well, which is worth grabbing because you'll probably need that at the end of the level. So the blue door is over here. Take note of these symbols on the wall. they kind of indicate that something special is in this area. But I just quickly want to show off something funny. So if you run quickly over here, before this sector can change, because normally in Doom 64 sectors change around you, if you sort of stand under there as the roof's about to fall, it doesn't actually hurt you. That's because it's designed as scenery. It's not actually designed as a, you know, proper sector to be crushed in. So there's plenty of secrets here. The first one we're going to grab is down here. It's a supercharge behind this cage. We also need to grab the yellow keycard here. Otherwise we won't be able to finish the level. But we're now going to kind of head off on the path of getting the ultra secret in this level. And the ultra secret is an interesting addition to Doom 64. Basically, you have demon keys. Demon keys are a special item that doesn't disappear at the end of a level. It actually stays with you through the whole game. And getting the demon keys allows you to not only power up a certain weapon, but it also lets you make the last level a lot easier. And I'm saying all this while falling down. That's just me being very clumsy. So you need to hit this switch, run over here. There's a switch on the wall that opens up. You need to shoot it. Again, fell down there, me being clumsy. So when we come over here, that is going to come down and there's going to be an imp over there. Now I'm going to show something here. There's a blue armor over there which you can see, which is sort of flashing in the corner. Do not hit this switch, because if you hit that switch a second time, it lowers down this platform, but it means the blue armor is now inaccessible. So just wanted to show you that's a bit of a trap. And here's the first demon key. So yes, that will stay with us now throughout this entire playthrough, but it's kind of interesting because demon keys don't really have any other benefit other than powering up the weapon and being helpful on the final level. But now that we've done that, we can head off. So you'll notice there's a berserk pack in the middle of this room. Of course, let's just grab these rockets here. So once we grab this berserk pack, 4 more mancubuses will pop up in the cages. We just want to make sure we get rid of them because they can do quite a lot of damage to us, even in this contained space. As I mentioned in previous levels, one thing Doom 64 is really good at is sort of transforming spaces that you've already been to. So, for example, this room is kind of repurposed for the same battle twice, but this time around you're kind of better equipped for it. Once you beat these mancubus, this whole room fills with lost souls. We just want to be careful, because on this difficulty these guys are super aggressive. They will get in your face. I also forgot about another secret on this level, which I'm going to go and grab now. So we were talking about the new weapon. If you shoot that switch there, you get the Unmaker. So if you've ever played Doom Eternal, you will have seen the sort of successor to this. The Unmaker makes an appearance in that game, but it operates slightly differently. In Doom 64, it's basically the best weapon in the game, but it's not quite the best weapon in the game right now. We've already got a 1 upgrade on it because of that demon key that we got. We just got to be a bit careful here because these pinkies can charge us. Gonna use the shotgun here. When in doubt, use the shotgun. Just gonna take out the imps around this room. So this is another room that will transform quite aggressively in a second. So once we hit this switch, a switch appears in the center here. Now it locks us in while all this is going on. There's a whole bunch of transformation stuff going on here. I'm going to showcase the Unmaker now. It's really good for clearing out like low tier enemies at this point. and mid-tier enemies, to be honest. It's really rapid. Once you get the other 2 demon keys, it starts shooting off to the sides as well, so it really does pack a punch as a weapon, but it chews through cell ammo like nothing else. Also, the pain elementals in this game are terrifying to look at. They're no longer the brown meatballs that they were in Doom 2. I think that is everything. There is one final secret over here. You can grab the items in here, which will be very useful on the next level if you're taking your weapons with you. But yeah, this level does a lot of heavy lifting for Doom 64. Introduces the Unmaker, brings in a bunch of monsters that we haven't really seen at this point in the game, and also shows us the first demon key. So yeah, all in all, a really fun level. I actually quite like this one. I like how the demon key isn't super obvious. Like, as a kid, I used to miss it completely because it's in plain sight, but like you can miss the clues to it if you're not looking for them. And honestly, it's a pretty fun level. It really challenges the player, I find, but not in an overly aggressive way. What do you think of Outpost Omega? Do you like this level? Do you hate it? Let me know in the comments, and thank you so much for watching. Hey, and welcome to map 5 of Doom 64. This is Tech Center. So, the thing with this level is there's plenty of directions to go at the start. There are plenty of doors. Some of them won't open them, some will. But you will want to grab this secret right at the start, because this secret is, well, the only one in the level, so it's pretty much worth grabbing. Gonna head inside here, just gonna kill the imps as we make our way into this room. We need to hit that switch, so those barrels have got to go. By hitting that, we can access the outside area, but I am actually going to head down here. There's a room here filled with a bunch of goodies for us to grab, as well as some lost souls for us to deal with. Now, I don't like dealing with lost souls, but we can get rid of them pretty easily here. They are pretty ineffective in this space, provided you don't run around and run right into them. There's a secret wall there. We're just going to go around, grab all the items that we can. We will be needing them as we explore this level. Hitting this switch lowers this box in the corner. We do just want to make sure we run around and grab all of these crates and the items on top of them. The chainsaw in particular might be useful. Ammo can be a bit scarce on this level, so it's a good idea to have the chainsaw in reserve. So this is the door we opened earlier on. Do be careful, there are 2 Hell Knights around each of the corners here. Just gonna take care of him as quickly as we can. Excellent. So as we head into the outdoor area here, you can see that there's a few enemies dotted about. There's quite a few Hell Knights on this level, so it's something to consider as you're making your way around. Gonna take down the Hell Knight there. So the Hell Knight here, it's not too difficult to deal with. There's plenty of space to dodge around. Blowing up those barrels did allow us to kill that pinky there, which is not a bad thing. Just be careful for the lost souls around this corner. They can be pretty feisty. So we are going to take out the imps in this area. Just want to make sure we don't get hit by those fireballs there. There are some normal imps inside. They don't really pose much of a threat. You can grab a super shotgun if you don't have one here. Probably going to be useful for what's inside here. There are some shotgunners and a Hell Knight inside here. I'm just going to kill this Hell Knight here because he is guarding 2 satchels of ammo, which we can make use of, which I am going to make use of. So when we hit that switch in that room back there, it lowered the yellow key here. It also brought this Hell Knight into the level. He teleports in once you hit that switch. Gonna take out that. I said this is a very compact but specific level because there's a lot of directions you can head in. For example, there's a soul sphere there which I don't think I ever really go for. I don't ever end up really needing it in this level, and it's not marked as a secret. Be careful for the shotgunners behind the door there. The switch we just hit has opened up this little maze here. This is a interesting maze. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think that a lot of these rooms end up looking pretty similar. Basically, as you make your way through, there's enemies in each of these rooms. You have to deal with them and then move on. Can grab a berserk pack though, so that's not too bad. As long as you keep your distance, you're not in any real danger in this area. Yes, we need to hit a switch to get into that room. Excellent. Take those 2 shotgun guys out. So this switch doesn't open the door in that room. It opens the door across the way here. There is a lost soul here, so just be careful. You need to hit this switch here to open this door here. This is one of the reasons why I don't really like this puzzle. It seems a bit convoluted for what it is. Do be careful as you advance through this section. There are some crushers in play here. I just recommend taking your time here. No need to rush. Be very careful because there is a Hell Knight right behind this door and he will be on you as soon as you open the door. And as soon as you step through, 2 Cacodemons will appear. Gonna hit the switch here. Be sure to hit that switch. It's very easy to forget, and if you don't, you won't be able to open the next part of the level up. So now we can grab the red key, which is very useful. You can see that Doom 64 loves making use of Hell Knights. It's really a big fan of the Hell Knights. And also a fan of Lost Souls. Like, Lost Souls kind of turn up everywhere in this one. Nightmare Imp behind them. So this crusher here is actually insanely frustrating. It's very easy to get damaged here purely by standing just slightly off the where you need to be. Because of the way that crushers work in Doom 64, if you are even slightly in the box where the crusher is going to go, you will get grazed by it. You won't take the full amount of damage, but you will get sort of grazed by it, and it is frustrating. Making sure that those Lost Souls don't come out to attack me. Doing a quick sweep for ammo. Never hurts to look for ammo at the end of a level, especially when you know when nasty stuff is coming. So I think we're just going to have to go here. There are some imps in the room here at the start, and we're going to see a new mechanic that wasn't in the PC version of Doom, and I do actually kind of like it. I think it's an interesting addition to the Doom canon. Just making sure we get all the enemies here before we dive into the teleport here. The exit's through there, but we can't activate it. You'll have noticed that switch in the corner there. You have to hit this switch here, and it activates the teleporter for a very select amount of time. So you have to move very quickly. So you can see the teleporter will not let us back in until we activate it again here. I do kind of like that. I think that's a very novel idea. So we got to be a bit careful in here. This is where we see a bunch of cacodemons, and we also get to see a Hell Knight. So the infighting there worked out for me. Need to hit that switch. If we hit that switch, it raises the bars in front of the exit. But it also spawns a bunch of Hell Knights, and we've got to be really careful here. So we've taken care of that Spectre there. So there's 2 Hell Knights guarding the exit here. Gotta be careful, and we got him. So his friend here is going to be a bit more of a problem. I am running low on ammo here. I have tried to conserve it as much as possible through the level, but it's not always possible. It's just not always possible to conserve as much ammo as you need. There is some shotgun shells here. I want to get as close as I can here. Excellent. And that's pretty much the level done here. I do like this one. This one actually sticks with me from when I was a kid, because I thought it was really interesting that there were so many different directions to take at the start of the level. But honestly, I don't hate this one. I think this is a pretty fun level once you kind of understand what you're meant to be doing. The key to this one is finding that switch that opens up the way towards the yellow key. Once you get that, this level pretty much falls into place. Hey, and welcome to level 6 of Doom 64. This is Alpha Quadrant. So the opening to this level is pretty quick. We've got to kill all the imps, and there's 2 cacodemons at either side of the room. We've also got to be careful because there's some Hell Knights and a Baron of Hell. Yes, we finally get to see the Baron of Hell in all his glory. So we've grabbed the chain gun here just because it'll make things a bit easier as we move through the level here. So we're going to take out the cacodemon there. Going to dash into this little hole here because there is a super shotgun, and that is very useful, not going to lie. Going to take out all the shotgunners here. Well, the zombie men. It's very hard to tell. They use the same sprite, so you pretty much have to kill them to know which one it is. As you can see, these are shotgun guys. So basically, we want to get inside this room here, because inside this room there is, well, things are going to happen. But before we do that, we're going to head down here. Now there's some imps here, and there's a bunch of Hell Knights around this corner. There's one there, but there's more, trust me. There's also a load of enemies down there who can hit us at any second, so I'm going to do my absolute best to take them all out. So the trick here is to get rid of this Hell Knight without waking all the other ones up around the corner. So down the bottom there is another enemy. Once we go around this corner, you'll see there's more Hell Knights. They're all kind of stood around there waiting for us to attack. Take you out, and when we turn the corner here, we're going to see another Baron of Hell. So you can tell this is a Baron of Hell because it's slightly pinker, and it's going to fire a red fireball if we give it chance. Barons of Hell are pretty nasty to deal with. You can see this brings us to that area where all those enemies were earlier on. There is a megasphere in the middle there, but we can't get to it right now. It's raised just out of our reach. Grabbing the rocket launcher here, means that a bunch of imps have spawned in. Never a good day when imps spawn in like that. But also, all the Hell Knights here have reappeared, which means we're going to use this rocket launcher to effectively get rid of them. There's also some low tier enemies around the corner here that I'm going to carefully get rid of. Just going to make sure none of them have snuck around here. Delicious shotgun ammo. So when we hit this switch, 2 Hell Knights are going to appear on either side of the room here. We need to destroy them if we want to get the key that's in this room. Excellent. You can see now the room has changed because we killed those enemies. There's a backpack and a yellow key card for us here. But that's not all that's in here. There is actually a secret room over here. There's 2 lost souls guarding it, but if we open this door, it takes us to the megasphere that we saw earlier on. Oh. And of course, I didn't have enough speed, so I am going to head back and I'm just going to do that again. You saw nothing, I promise. Excellent. So with the yellow key in hand and with all this ammo in our guns, we're going to head back to the barons that we left at the start of the level. A bunch of lost souls have spawned in here. Don't love to see it at all. Let's see if I can just fin the herd up there. I'm hoping we can get away with just killing this thing pretty quickly. Yeah, there's a lot happening there, to be honest. We've got rid of the Hell Knight, but the Baron is still there. See if the normal shotgun can help me out here. There you go, it did. Interestingly, they can infight in this game, Hell Knights and Barons. So you need to raise that once in order to open up that little secret. So that little secret compartment actually gets rid of the block in the center here. Now I'm going to get rid of those imps there by using a rocket. Going to head over here. So we're going to get shot at by a bunch of imps here. Excellent. So there are some imps up top. There's also some nightmare imps walking around down here. There's a Baron to the right hand side on that platform. It's worth just taking out the imps before we try to deal with the Baron. So let's be careful here. Yeah, we've woken the Baron up here. The super shotgun should be more than enough to handle it. So we're just going to get rid of the Baron there. And there's now a bunch of spectres that we have to deal with. I'll use the super shotgun for this. It's the easiest way to get rid of them. So we can't grab the blue key yet. We have to go through that door in front of us there. But I'm going to grab the rockets from there just because I know we're going to end up using them. Grab the bullets there. So I'm going to stand here and I'm literally just going to launch rockets into that room. This is a nightmare room and this is a horrible room. It's a nasty room and it's very easy to get overwhelmed in this room, which is why I'm taking my time here. I'm standing back and I am literally just pumping rockets in as best as I can. Get rid of the lost soul there. So you can see this is like a pit, but what's interesting is that these things in front of us, they are jump pads. So as soon as we step on these jump pads, we kind of get propelled upwards. Now, we can kind of manipulate it so we don't have to move too far forward, but you can see that like this room is filled with monsters, and down beneath there's a bunch of specters, and yeah. So in case you haven't noticed in this run up to now, I've actually been doing this as a no damage run. So I've managed to get this far without taking any damage. And I reckon that you could probably finish this level without taking any damage and getting all kills. But unfortunately, even when I was planning this run out, I knew that this room here was going to be a disaster, and we get hit for the first time in this run. So we made it all the way to this level, which I'm pretty stoked about. I think it's been really fun, and yeah, we're just going to get rid of these specters here. There is actually a second wave of them who will be coming in as soon as we beat the first wave. But yeah, I just wanted to do a small nod to the Doom 64 no-hit run that I started way back when the channel was a lot younger, but I didn't really finish it. I think I got to the 4th level and then I sort of stopped doing it because obviously other things took over on the channel. But I just wanted to do that as a small nod to that, and also to kind of just show people that yes, you can no-hit run Doom 64 if you really, really want to. But since we took the first hit in this pit, I think that it's worth just doing this as a normal run, which is fine because we're probably going to get hit again in a second because there's a lot of specters in this pit and it's very hard to see. It's very hard to see down here. So I know that there's at least one secret in this area. You have to use these like little steps against the wall to make your way out of the pit there. So I know there's a door there. I'm just trying to remember how we get into that door. I think we have to go down the other end of this room. So you can see when we kind of go on here, these like little jump pads, and obviously that was not a part of the PC version of Doom. Did not mean to fall down there. In a way, this is a very unique room in Doom in that it's a trap, but it's also kind of fun to play around with the jump mechanics here. I really need to be more careful on top of those jump pads. It's very easy to fall off, especially with it moving up and down and you kind of having a bounce as you hit it. If we run down here, yeah, so there's a switch here, and I think that's opened the door there. It has. Okay. So we're just going to take out these specters here. One did get a bite in on me there. The problem with the pit as well outside is it was so dark I couldn't even see where the fist was, so it was very hard to judge where ThatNukemGuy's fist was and whether it was actually making contact with the enemies. So now, I think we can head to the blue door here. Oh wait, we need to get the blue key first, obviously. So let's go back and grab the blue key quickly. It's because the blue key's in that really weird place. So you can see that second switch that we hit has opened up the armor there. That counts as a secret on this level. And yeah, we're pretty much at the level's end here. However, playing on the top difficulty means that you get a bunch of barons here, and that's obviously not good. So we're going to have a little fist down with the barons of hell here. I'm going to grab the shotgun shells here, because otherwise they are going to overwhelm me. I can already see that coming. Excellent. So we've taken all the barons down there, and this is the end of the level. So this is actually a pretty challenging level. If you play this on the top difficulties, you get a lot of enemies for your buck on this one. It's a fun level. It's got some nice puzzles, interesting ideas. Don't know if I like the jump pads though. Think they're a bit quirky and they don't really fit with classic Doom in my opinion. But it's another idea that Doom 64 tries to execute. Hey, and welcome to Map 7 of Doom 64. This is Research Lab. And as you can see at the start of the level here, we have a bunch of keys behind some cages. We can't get those, and we also see the plasma rifle. We need to get rid of these shotgun guys here. Just gonna take my time here, grab all the weapons that I can. This is not a particularly big level, but there are some interesting moments like this, where this room fills with lost souls. Just want to make sure we get rid of all the lost souls here. Thanks for that. So you can see the blue keycard there. It's on that platform. Unfortunately, we can't reach that right now, even if we try diagonal jumping. There's also a switch there, but we can't do anything with that. We can head into this secret here, however. But before we do that, I'm just going to clear all the enemies out in these cages. There are some imps, and there is a Hell Knight in that one there. You can see he's standing over a rocket launcher, and going into that secret is how we're going to grab that rocket launcher. He did hit me with his fireball there, but unfortunately, it's not that big a deal. We're not really going to be using the rocket launcher on this level. There's really nowhere where I feel like I'm actually going to make use of it. But we are going to take out all the enemies in this area. Now the thing is, you don't really have to go exploring too much into this area, but there's a lot of goodies around if you end up doing so. For example, come in here. There is a super shotgun there. There's also a secret here with a map that reveals the whole map on the auto maps. Yeah, I said map so many times there. Gonna shoot this guy. We actually need to hit that switch, so it's actually worth dropping into that room. Gonna take care of the Hell Knight here. There's a backpack there, which I've grabbed. So we're seeing a lot of Hell Knights on this level, and we're going to be seeing a lot more as we move through it as well, because this level just loves Hell Knights. In fact, Doom 64 has a real thing for Hell Knights. There's nothing too much in this room, so we're not going to spend too much time here. This switch here allows us to gain access to a blue armor. But you have to be pretty quick to get to it. See, it opens up the pillar here. That's the pillar that it raises. You have to be quick, otherwise you won't get here. But this whole area is designed to confuse and confuddle new players. Ultimately, you need to hit that switch that we pressed earlier on, and that raises the platform towards the blue keycard, which we're obviously going to go and grab. We need to head back through the level to get that. So we're just going to grab the blue keycard here. The wall behind it comes down and you get a supercharge for free. It does count as a secret, even though it's not really a secret. It also means we can come in here and grab the plasma rifle. So yeah, this is the first time we're seeing the plasma rifle in Doom 64. It kind of operates the same way as the plasma rifle on PC. It's a touch slower. It also makes a buzzing noise, so you know it's out. Take care of these enemies here. So there is a secret in this area which isn't super obvious, but if you drop this lift here, there's a secret wall here that you can walk through, and you can come in here to, well, access the secret. This is the exit room, but the pathway to the exit isn't accessible to us yet, so we have to come back here later. Yellow door, and we'll be dropping those bars later on. We also need the red keycard to do anything with that. If we go into this teleporter, it brings us to this switch here. And you can see that hitting that switch has allowed us access into this area here with the yellow keycard. Just be careful because it does spawn in a bunch of enemies that you have to deal with. But the yellow door is right back here at the start of the level. And again, you get to see plenty of Hell Knights. Pick up that energy cell there. When you come up these steps, the cage drops behind you. You get trapped in this area, so you have to defeat these Hell Knights if you want to leave. One of the good things about Doom 64 though is that it pretty much gives you a lot of weapons and a lot of ammo through most of these levels, so you're never really in a spot where you feel like you're really losing ammo unless you've been wasting it. So you should be well equipped to deal with Hell Knights at this point. So we're seeing the toxic floor here. I think this is the first time we've actually seen a toxic floor in Doom 64, but yes, it is here. There is a rad suit as well, although it doesn't look like a rad suit. It looks more like a radiation suit, but honestly, it really doesn't make that much of a difference to its functionality. Let's grab that here. Means we don't get hurt by the floor. Another Hell Knight here protecting the switch. There's a lot of switches in this level. This is one of those levels where switches do things out of sight and you kind of have to feel your way through the level. It's one of those quirks that Doom 64 has. Some of its levels are quite cryptic and you will find yourself running around some of these levels kind of looking to see if anything's actually changed. So if there is one critique of Doom 64 I could offer up, it's that some of its levels are a tiny bit too cryptic with its switch puzzles and the like. So we've just hit that switch there. It's actually raised the gate in the room where we fought the Hell Knights. But I just kind of wanted to show you that this level is very circular. So you are pretty much looking around for small details as they change. And you can see that we've covered a lot of ground in this level, and it can be quite cryptic sometimes on trying to figure out where you're meant to go. But ultimately you're supposed to hit this switch here, and that raises the gate in front of the exit, which we've seen a few times. The Hell Knight in here. Going to use the plasma rifle here because why the heck not? That spawns a bunch of normal imps here. And once we've got the red keycard, we just come up here and hit those red switches, and we're pretty much done with this level here. Although there's plenty more time for one more Hell Knight attack here. Oh, go on then, why not have one more? So, like I said, I don't think this is a bad level. I actually think it's really fun, but for first time players, it's a very cryptic level. Lots of switches to be hit, things happening across the level that you may not be aware of. You really have to keep track of where you're meant to be going in sequence. It can get a bit confusing, and I think, like I said, that's one of the weaknesses of Doom 64 at times. Sometimes it can get really hard to keep track of what a switch is doing, what it's meant to do, and the order of the level. But still, I find this one quite fun. I think it's not the best level of Doom 64 so far, but it's definitely quite fun. Hey, and welcome to Map 8 of Doom 64. This is Final Outpost. And as you can see, the opening room here, very nasty for ThatNukemGuy. There's a lot of enemies waiting behind that wall as it dropped down. Luckily we took them all out. We will be needing these health packs here. So one of the key notes about this level is that there are a ton of traps. One such trap being here. There's a lot of places where the level will actively try to sabotage your progress, so you've got to be really careful about that. There's a secret here once we grab the chain gun. There's a bunch of lost souls in here, so just be wary of that as we're making our way through this area. As you can see, they come out of the wall, they come out of the passageway in front of us. There's a lot of lost soul action going on here. So when we hit this switch, we can head towards the exit of this area. There is a chainsaw in there. Chainsaws can be useful. Just going to take that imp out across there. One thing I really like about this level is the fact that you can look down onto future areas, and there are ways that you can get rid of various enemies if you're paying attention. You can see there's a lost soul there. There's actually two more in this room, but I don't think we're going to be able to alert them at this point. So we're just going to head back to the start here. So this room here is actually the area where the final part of this level plays out. You can see there's a bunch of nightmare imps down there wandering around. So what I like to do, I do like to take these guys out as soon as possible. And the reason for that is because this final room is going to get very, very, very messy for us. A bunch of barons will spawn in as we enter that room, so clearing out as many of these enemies will give us a lot more chance to focus on those barons. Luckily we have plenty of chance to avoid the fireballs. I'm just going to make sure we get rid of as many of them. There are some hidden out of the way there, but we can't really do much about that right now. So as we make our way down here, pay attention to how we kind of approach this super shotgun around these corners. We're going up and down here. And up. And down. But as soon as we grab the super shotgun, the level morphs behind us, so we actually don't end up going back down the path we just came. We actually end up going on a slightly different path back to where we were just now. And that's one of the things about Doom 64. It really does love playing with the levels and sort of morphing them in ways that the original Doom just couldn't. There is a secret here with a mega armor, so definitely going to grab that. So you can see the red key is in front of the blue door there. Now, the thing with this room is that a bunch of enemies are going to spawn in. It's up to us to get rid of these enemies. I do recommend getting rid of them as well. If you kind of leave them in here, it can get very messy in a second, especially when the second wave of enemies teleport in. But yes, this is the final level of the tech-based section of Doom 64, so it really throws everything it can at you, well, at least what you've seen so far in Doom 64. So there's a switch here. Do not wander out into the middle here, especially on the top difficulties. There's a bunch of shotgun guys who will spawn in, and no matter how much armor you have, they will take a lot of health off you. You can see, even being careful there, one of them was able to get a good shot off on me. And there is also a Baron of Hell, so it's quite a nasty room this if you're not prepared for it. Luckily we are, so just going to grab all the goodies that I've left behind over here. Grab the rocket launcher here. So now we can grab the red key. As you can see, a final little trap opens up here just to catch players off. It is a Hell Knight. So you'll notice here that where the blue key card was earlier, there's now a Berserk pack. It's worth grabbing it just in case you end up needing to make use of it. This switch here you need to press and then run through the teleporter here, because it lowers this down so you can enter the final part of this level. So you can avoid this puzzle completely here. The red door is completely optional. But it is a fun little puzzle, this one, and it's the way that you grab the plasma rifle on this level. Excuse me. So you can see there are sort of 9 flashing sectors there, and when we hit that, the plasma rifle will head up top, and you can see there we now have to sort of play guess where it is. So I think we get 2 chances at this. Now I never get this, but luckily it's not marked as an official secret. So what you're meant to do here is you're meant to go back to the screen to check where the plasma rifle is. But to be honest, since I'm not fussed about grabbing the plasma rifle here, I'm just going to show you that when you kind of do the second switch lowering, you can't actually do anything else with this. So the plasma rifle remains out of our reach, which is slightly unfortunate. But we're going to take care of this Hell Knight here. There's a Baron of Hell that appears once you grab this supercharge. It's very important that you kind of have your weapons at the ready here, because there's not much room to battle him here. So I'm now going to show you one of the more confusing puzzles in Doom 64, and it's confusing because when you come in here you'll see these 2 switches, and it's kind of implied that you have to do something with these switches. So as you can see, it lowers, it raises, the gate drops, so you're kind of confused what you're meant to do. The solution is actually to hit this wall here. That's it. As long as the gate isn't down, you can grab the yellow key card, but it's not explained very well, and thus I can imagine a lot of people probably ended up getting frustrated with that puzzle because it's not really explained too well. But we're in the final room here. This is where we were killing the imps earlier on, and you can see once you kind of reach that middle part there, a bunch of Hell Knights and Barons appear. Now the thing is, you've got to kill all the Barons if you want to get out of this level. But you can see now why I wanted to kill all those imps earlier on, because if we had to deal with the imps and the Barons and the Hell Knights, this could get very, very, very messy. Luckily this level is pretty generous with the weapons and the ammo that it throws you in your direction, so you really shouldn't be struggling here unless you've been wasting ammo. But as you can see, there's a lot of ammo in here as well. But yes, that is the end of the first section of Doom 64. That means that we are no longer going to be in the tech base section, but we are actually going to be heading into hell itself. And honestly, I really like these tech base levels. Some of them are really nicely designed. There's some really clever puzzles here. Not a fan of all of them, but I think as a crash course for Doom 64, this is a very nice opening section. And yeah, I do like it. I think it's a fairly strong set of levels, but Doom 64 really comes into its own once we get into the next section of levels, I think. I feel like Doom 64 really relishes in the hell puzzles because it brings in a bunch of new mechanics, and we're going to explore those in the coming videos. Hey and welcome to map 9 of Doom 64. This is even simpler. As we raise up into the arena here, run over to where the super shotgun is and grab it for your dear life, because you're going to need it. If you try to do this with the single barrel shotgun, you're just going to get hit by the rockets from the many mancubus around this arena. There's really nowhere for you to hide at the start of all this, so you've got to clear out mancubus as quickly as possible. I'm going to take you down. So once we kill this final mancubus here, the stairs will raise, we can actually leave the arena, but a bunch of new enemies are going to spawn in, which is not really good for Doom Guy's long-term health. A bunch of Hell Knights, a few Caco Demons, So we want to make sure we get rid of as many of these as quickly as possible. I personally advise just staying on the outside here. Going into the middle means you'll just get hit by all the fireballs that get shot into the middle after you. Yes, it is pretty nasty on the outside here, but at least you can kind of control the flow of the enemies here a bit more because they have to walk towards you. Whereas if you go and stand in the middle, they're just going to be shooting at you through the windows and you're not really going to know where they're coming from. Plus we can use the walls on the right hand side here to stop the enemies in the middle from hitting me. So we're doing a lot of good defensive work here. So while there's only one Hell Knight left, I'm just going to go around and quickly grab all the goodies here. There's a bunch of things you can grab that will really help you, because the final wave, in my opinion, is horrible. It's really nasty, because if you've not seen the Pain Elementals in this game yet, and if you haven't been to that secret level, then it is a very, very, very nasty enemy to encounter in this one, because it shoots out 2 lost souls at you at once. Not just 1, but 2. And yeah, so I'm just going to go around and get rid of them as quickly as possible. And you can see here already there's a few lost souls here, because this one here has been helping itself to reproduction of lost souls. We do not stand for that. So there's a bunch of Barons of Hell who are running around the middle. But you'll notice these things here. So it's interesting, in Doom 64 there are no Revenants, but there are kind of nods to them all over the place. Because those kind of sound like Revenants. And later on you'll be seeing some rockets that can fire from certain walls that kind of resemble the Revenant rockets. So even though the Revenants don't make it to this version of Doom, they are kind of here in little ways around the place. But you'll also notice that we were dodging those arrows that were shooting out of the wall. So yes, there's a new environmental hazard for us to keep an eye on in this game. Get rid of you. Let's go. I think that's going to be the end. No, there's one more over here. And that's the end of the level. But you can see it was not plain sailing. It was a fairly nasty level. There was a whole bunch of new enemies that most players probably wouldn't have seen on their first playthrough if they hadn't gone to the secret level. It is a very fun level to play through, this one. Very intense, and it introduces a lot of new enemy types for players who on the Nintendo 64, and some new hazards. Hey, and welcome to map 11 of Doom 64. This is Terraformer. So we're going to grab that Berserk pack behind us at the start there. It's in a secret. There's a bunch of pinkies at the start here. We really have to be careful with these guys. They can overrun you if you're not careful. Me there just diving in, absolutely with no regard for my health. Luckily this level gives you a chain gun, which you can make use of if you feel that you need a bit of extra help. Chainsaw is going to be a bit useful later on, but for now let's just take care of all these enemies around here. We have to defeat all the enemies in this opening area if we want to get to the next part, so we're going to have to hunt down all of these imps. And some of them do wander around, so make sure you take a good look around. Okay, so the wall hasn't come down yet, so that means there's probably an enemy or two hanging around. If I wait here long enough, they will come to me anyway, so I'm just going to let that play out. I do love the atmospheric thundering in the background. Like, it's just nice to have some atmosphere in these Doom 64 levels, and the use of sound is just excellent in my opinion. There he is. I think that was the last imp there. Can't go that way, so let's go back around this way. It's one thing Doom 64 does really well compared to the original Doom. So if we hit this switch here, a wall drops down over here, gives us the super shotgun and a backpack. Very useful. you can easily miss that, and it's not marked as a secret, so it's best to grab that. The other switch opens up the blue keycard there, and as you can see, there's a bunch of Barons and Hell Knights inside here. So we just need to make sure that we don't get too close to these guys. You can see the lightning in the skybox, which is really cool. The main thing here is I don't want to get backed into a corner, so I'm just making sure I draw them out into a wide open area. It is a bit easy to not understand what's going on here, but when you open this door, there's a secret over here with a rocket launcher, which we're definitely going to grab. That'll be very useful as we go through the level. There's a bunch of spectres in here. This is where the chainsaw will really come into its own. I do prefer this chainsaw to the one in original Doom. I just think it looks so much more badass with two blades. I'm going to use the rocket launcher in here to make sure we just eliminate these enemies as quickly as possible. There's a bunch of imps up top. We will be going up there in a tiny bit, but right now it's not a big concern. See if I can get this imp here. So you can see there's a Baron over there. That's actually the exit, but we won't be going there for quite a while yet, so we're going to leave that Baron alone. As we head over here, we can't go into that door. We have to hit the switch in here to activate that door. I'm going to take care of the Hell Knights here. If you don't take care of these guys, they do become a pain in a second when the trap in here sort of opens up. There's plenty of ammo around here. Make sure you grab it before you hit that switch. If you do hit that switch, well, you'll see what happens in a second. The room kind of fills up with imps and lost souls, which isn't really a problem until they start sneaking up behind you, and then it becomes like a major issue. Oh, and a few spectres as well. Forgot about the spectres. See what I mean? It's worth just trying to track all the enemies in this space. You do need to kill them all anyway, so there's no reason to sort of let them sneak up behind you. But as you saw there, it's not too difficult to let it happen, so just keep it in the back of your mind. Now this door has opened up here, we can head to the top of this elevator. When we open this door, there's a Hell Knight behind it. Just making sure that we don't get hit by his fireball. As we make our way in here, it's worth getting rid of this Hell Knight if you can, before you kind of step into the middle here, because as soon as you step into the middle part here, the doors kind of lock behind you, and these mancubuses will try to attack you from the side here. I do like how in Doom 64 there are silent teleporters, so enemies can sneak up on you like that, because a lot of players will go out onto that bridge and they'll get attacked from the side, and it's quite a nasty ambush if you're not prepared for it. We'll go through this teleporter here. So we can grab the yellow skull key here. Now, interestingly, there is a switch over there. It does activate one of the secrets in this level, so it's worth going and getting that. I'm going to see if I can get it right now, actually. Really here, you need to do a precise run. I'm going to show you, when you run straight on, you don't get enough speed or distance to hit the switch. You've got to go at a slight angle, so you've got to do a strafe run, basically. Now, I was never able to do this on the N64 itself, but here, if you line it up just right, it's not too bad. There we go. So what that does, that actually opens up a secret chamber near the teleporter that we were just at. Go back, actually. Let's go into that secret area here. So when you come all the way around here, it actually brings you out where the supercharge is here. Excellent. The truth is, once you get the supercharge there, there's a blue armor. It pretty much makes the end of this level a lot easier, because there's a few Barons of Hell right at the end of this level that can throw players if they've wasted all their ammo. You can see there's a whole bunch of enemies down here. Luckily, because they're all in a single file line, I can just use my rocket launcher to do as much damage as I can to them. They're also blocking each other's shots, which was really helpful to me there. So this is where all those imps were earlier on that we were taking aim at. A bunch of lost souls have just spawned in when we picked up the key card, but luckily the chain gun is more than adequate at dealing with lost souls from a distance. There's nothing else up here really of note. There is an interesting little secret here. So this room looks like nothing's going on in here, but if you want to get over to the other side here, you actually need to run across from that room. Didn't trigger it there. It triggers on that corner diagonal piece there. So you need to run across, run along this wall, and we're coming in for the armor secret here. Now, if you do this just right, you can get back across. Excellent. You might have noticed that in a lot of these videos, I talk about how I feel there's a great aesthetic, how I love the sounds, the music. I just think Doom 64 does a great job of marrying this darker, this dirtier version of Doom to such a different tone to what the original Dooms managed. And it's just something that I think has gone so underappreciated over the years, because I love the original Dooms, don't get me wrong, but this is such a unique interpretation of what Doom is, while still being very faithful to what made the original Dooms so exciting. And I just kind of love exploring these levels and seeing these rooms and the music and the skyboxes. Everything just comes together in Doom 64 to be really interesting and exciting, and honestly, I'm loving playing through these levels because it just reminds me of why I fell in love with this game in the first place. But as you can see, we go through the teleporter there after beating the Barons of Hell, and we take out all the enemies here, and that's pretty much the level done. Like I said, it's another fine level here. There's a lot of puzzles, there's a lot of wandering around. You've kind of got to keep your eye open in this one. You can get a bit lost if you're not paying attention to the through point of the level, but I feel that, again, it's a very atmospheric level, it's very well constructed, and it's not as good as some of the previous levels, I will say that, if I was being totally honest. I think that it can get a bit meandering in the middle, but I still think it's a fairly strong outing, and it's another solid Doom 64 level. Hey, and welcome to level 12 of Doom 64. This is Altar of Pain. The opening to this level is pretty nasty because there's a bunch of enemies in the toxic sludge here with us. The floor doesn't hurt us, but the enemies up top probably will if we don't get rid of them. So the first thing I'm going to do here is use the chain gun that we've just picked up to get rid of these cacodemons. The thing about this level is that there's a whole bunch of enemies sort of dotted around, and we need to make sure that we take care of them. If we don't take care of them, they'll just follow us through the level, and they will just cause a lot of problems. You can see there's a Mancubus up top there taking shots at me, so just trying to avoid him for now. The bigger threats for me are the cacodemons, because they can actually follow us into the next part of the level if we're not careful. Grab the super shotgun here. This is more effective in my opinion than the chain gun at getting rid of the cacodemons. There's also a bunch of imps on the inside of the level here. These guys are really just here to chip away at your health. That Baron at the top though is a problem. We will be dealing with it later on. Part of the reason I'm coming around the outside here is just to grab all the ammo, because we are going to be facing a Baron very imminently, and I do want to make sure that we're well stocked for this fight. The Baron's actually right here. You need to go through that teleporter there, so this encounter is pretty mandatory. You can run past him, but I don't recommend it because then you kind of lose track of him. So you can see here the teleporter takes us into the center of the level here. There's a bunch of enemies in here that haven't woken up from our earlier escapade, so we just need to make sure we take those out. There's ammo around here. I'm going to grab that. We can come up the steps here and take out the imps around the platforms here. There's an imp in here that I'm just gonna get rid of, just so I don't have to worry about it later on. Hit that switch. That switch actually opens the way to the blue key, because when we arrived here it was actually behind a sort of pillar and we weren't able to actually get to it. Do love the little candle effects there, how they try to sort of recreate candle lighting with the sectors there. Really cool. It's now time to get rid of this Baron here. There's not much it can really do to us while we're down here, which is why I'm choosing to take it on here. The blue door is here. There's 3 Hell Knights in this section. It's important that we don't sort of get trapped in a corner, which is exactly what I'm trying to do here. Get trapped in that corner. There's a third one around this corner here. You need to grab the armor there. We can't go up here just yet. We actually need to hit this switch at the back here. It is well disguised, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Make sure you hit that switch there, because that opens the way towards the red keycard. We weren't able to actually come up here before there was some bars blocking us, but now we can. Our next goal is to hit these 2 switches here. It's worth getting rid of this Hell Knight here, just because I don't want him chucking fireballs at me. There's a second one over here as well, so let's use the chain gun just to finish him off. Excellent. There's a supercharge over there, but we won't be getting that for quite a while yet. We're not going to be able to run across here because we're slightly lower down than the platform. Once we hit this switch, let's take care of you. I think now is a good time to get rid of this Mancubus over there. The Mancubus can't follow us, but it can shoot at us across the level like this, and it is a bit of a pain in the backside. Hitting those switches lets us come up here. The yellow keycard's actually inside this area here. It can be easy to miss if you're not paying attention, so do make sure you're watching out for switches on the wall. The Hell Knight should have come down here. He has indeed. So when we hit this switch here, first things first, before we do anything with that switch, let's take care of this Mancubus here. This section opens up over here. I will not be grabbing that partial invisibility because it will make the next part of this level a bit more trickier than it needs to. So now that we've got the red keycard, we can head inside the red door. But inside the red door there's a whole bunch of barons just waiting for us to go inside. It's not a nice encounter, especially if you're pistol starting, because it really kind of pushes your ammo to its limits. So I do recommend when you're running in here grabbing the Unmaker in the center of the room here. Ooh, that nearly went bad for me there. Remember, if you are playing with normal weapons, so you're bringing your weapons through from previous levels, you can have this supercharged by this point, so you would have a faster firing rate here. As it happens, because I'm pistol starting, it doesn't carry over. So unfortunately we're just going to have to make use of the basic Unmaker here. But this is a good way of dealing with the barons in this room. I think there's one more Baron at the back of this room, and we're going to take care of him. There's a few more who will teleport in when we hit that switch over there, but right this second we've got control of this room, which is good for me. There's a bunch of armor and health bonuses lying around if you need those. You can see the yellow keycard has exposed itself there. We're going to make use of the Unmaker because we're not going to get to use it that often in this run through, so it's worth just seeing what this thing can do. Like I said, this is just the basic version of this weapon. We don't even have the ability to carry the keycard through because we are pistol starting, but this room is quite nasty if you're doing a pistol start, so I do recommend grabbing that Unmaker and making good use of it. We will be heading over there momentarily towards that supercharge. There is a secret exit on this level as well, which is not very well signposted, and that's because it's pretty well hidden. It's actually very cleverly hidden in my opinion, and I'll be showing you in a second where exactly it is. There's a secret over here with a supercharge in it, so there's actually 2 supercharges on this level for you to grab. Thought there was an imp down there. There was an imp up here, however. So you can see the imps have teleported in as we've been progressing through the level. The yellow keycard doesn't really do anything. The supercharge here is pretty useless for us because we already had maximum health near enough. So what I'm going to do here, we're actually going to head back up there. I didn't intend to fall down. The reason for that is because the secret exit is actually tucked away in a secret cavern just away from that supercharge. So if we run straight on here, we shouldn't have a problem. So if you line it up here using the map, if you go to the line map, you can see that there's a hidden section here. Once we get rid of this Baron, a secret exit will open up, and that will actually take us to another secret level. We're not going to go into that exit right this second. I am actually just going to show you what the yellow skull card actually does, because if you use the yellow skull card, it takes you to the normal exit here. And there is a pretty interesting trap at the end of that. I'm on the wrong side here. It's a very gloomy level, this one. I actually remember playing this as a kid and getting lost because this level is very cryptic at points. There's various moments in this one where you really need to remember where the doors are, where the switches are, and what they're all doing, because if you don't, well, you're going to get lost. And as a kid, I got lost plenty of times on this level. As we approach the level's exit here, there is a Hell Knight in front of us. As we run towards the exit though, it's not quite a straight run here because we have to do another Hell Knight encounter. I think there should have been a Baron on these higher difficulties. I think that would have been a much more intimidating challenge. But you can see there, you can go through the normal exit and that will take you out of the level. But we're not going to go out the normal exit, we're going to go through the secret exit. I do like this level. Like I said, I have a lot of memories of this one because this is one of those levels I got stuck on as a kid when I was playing this on my Nintendo 64. So this level has stuck with me over the years. Maybe not for the best reasons, but coming back to it as an adult, there is a sort of logic to the level that kind of works as you're playing through it. If you're not a fan of backtracking, however, this level is most definitely not for you because there's a lot of that and you're going to have to keep track of switches, of what enemies are doing. There's a lot of things going on in this level and it's very easy to find yourself double backing and struggling to figure out what takes you to the next part. But as we finish this level here, we actually are going to be heading towards the Lair, and we get this little splash screen here introducing us to the next secret level. Hey, and welcome to Doom 64's third secret level. This is the Lair. At the start of this level, we've got to kill all the imps on the outside here. There's no option but to do this because we can't continue through the level otherwise. We've got to be careful because there are some lost souls in that bottom section there, which you can see. They will charge at us if we go near the bottom there. Once you've killed all the imps, the blue keycard appears. This is a very interesting level in the sense that it's not that long, and a lot of the things in this level are just designed to sort of get you towards that demon key. The only reason we're really here is because we want that demon key. It's just nice to take in the ambience here before we head through to the next part of this level. When we open the blue door here, there's a bunch of spectres on the other side. Once we get rid of these, we won't actually be able to get down to the bottom part of this level until we hit a secret wall, which is on the right hand side here. The way you're supposed to work it out is that the middle one there has a different pattern to the ones around it and behind it. It lowers the steps here. We can get the super shotgun, which is very nice indeed. There's a ton of ammo around here. We'll be needing all of this through the level. You have to switch these walls here and activate the switches when they appear. A bunch of nightmare imps are going to appear behind us, and we just want to make sure we don't get overwhelmed by them because they can cause a bit of damage. Remember, we don't have any armor at this point in the level. As we continue heading forward here, there's another switch on the other side, but first things first, going to grab the supercharge that was in the middle there. That will be very useful. There's a chain gun as well once you've picked up the supercharge. Bringing this wall down here unleashes a bunch of Hell Knights and Spectres on us. On the other side, it's the exact same story. The super shotgun's really useful here. I recommend making good use of it. Of course, if you're bringing all your weapons into this level, then you should have the Unmaker at this point, which will be pretty well powered up, but in a second, it's going to get so much more powered up. Gonna hit this switch here, and a bunch of enemies will appear up top. We can't get that health bonus there. It's pretty funny. There's some Arachnotrons here, which we haven't seen much of in this game so far, so it's good to see them making an appearance here. You can hear in the distance the other Arachnotron walking around. It's right there in front of us. So you can see there's a switch that appears when you kind of walk into this area here. If you want to grab the demon key, you actually need to shoot that switch. We'll be coming back in a second to deal with that. Grabbing the rocket launcher here will bring a bunch of enemies into the area again. Just be very careful because that Arachnotron will be on you straight away there, and it's very likely it'll take a lot of health off if you're not paying attention. There's also a Hell Knight down below that we're going to take care of here. He comes out of the newly opened up door down here. What's interesting is that demon key there, you can skip it completely if you don't know what to do here. You can see you have to shoot that switch there and then this switch here. And once you hit that switch, you can grab the second demon key of Doom 64. So if you had the Unmaker at this point, it'll now shoot 2 rays if you got the first demon key. So the Unmaker becomes pretty overpowered at this point and becomes a really fun weapon to use. But now we've got to get out of this level, and in order to raise the exit, you actually need to come down into this basement area here. Pretty wasteful of me to be using the double barrel shotgun against these lost souls, but at the end of the day, this is not a long level, so I'm not super concerned about ammo. Grab the yellow key card there. The music on this level is so eerie. and it really does create this sense that you're not supposed to be here. It's like a forbidden place. If you hit that gargoyle there, you can come up here and grab the armor. It's counted as a secret item, so make sure you grab it if you're secret hunting. I can't remember which one of these opens up a distant berserk pack, but I know one of these gargoyles brings up a berserk pack on the staircase. When you come in here with the yellow key, the switch there will appear. That's why it was telling us we didn't have the yellow key earlier, because it was trying to activate that switch for us, and obviously we couldn't. But you can see there's a berserk pack here. That's also counted as a secret. As one final gut punch before we exit this level, there's a bunch of enemies that have spawned in this room. A lot of nightmare imps on this level, really approve of it. So you can see I'm not doing amazing with ammo. Should have probably saved my shotgun shells from earlier. Doesn't really matter because we can take out these nightmare imps. No problem at all. Did you just survive a berserk punch to the face? I feel offended that that imp survived that punch there. Regarding this level, there's not really that much to say about it. It's a very compact but very tightly designed level with a bunch of puzzles that are quite fun to traverse. There's a lot to see, there's a few tight encounters, and as long as you grab the demon key, it's very much worth your time to come here. I really like how the secret levels in Doom 64 actually have a bigger purpose than just being there to add another level. It's a completely different spin on the secret level idea that Doom implemented, and I really dig it. Hey, welcome to map 13 of Doom 64. This is Dark Citadel. And at the start here, we've got to deal with these pinkies and the Baron of Hell up there. I'm going to go and grab this bag of ammo and shotgun shells there. Got to be careful because there are some traps on this level that will throw arrows at us, which we obviously do not want. Of course, if we had the double barrel shotgun here, this would be a lot easier, but beggars don't get to be choosers. So the super shotgun is actually in here, but the reason I didn't come in for it is because there's a bunch of enemies here that we obviously need to focus on. The Arachnotron being the most pressing because it can do the most damage to us in the shortest amount of time. These two barons aren't that dangerous, and with the super shotgun, it's quite easy to dispatch of them. Like this. The switch to open the door again is over here. If you come into this room here, there's a bunch of imps inside the caged walls there. There's also an armor in the middle of this room, but we can't get it right now because, as you can see, walking inside the room triggers a room change, and a pretty dramatic one at that. If you fall down there, you're pretty much guaranteed to die, so don't do that. We'll be coming back for that later on. There's a secret behind this wall here, gives you a lot of ammo and an ammo backpack, so definitely worth grabbing that. As we head into this next area here, there's a bunch of spectres and a Hell Knight here that we have to deal with. He also has a friend here that should join him. That one hurt in particular, which was not nice. One thing I really like about this level as well is the shadows here. There's just a lot of attention to detail in sort of trying to make the sort of outside light seem like it's entering this very dark space here, and I do kind of love the use of that throughout this level. It's a particularly nice touch, I find. There's some nightmare imps around the corner up here, which is what we're going to sort out before we head into the next part of the level. Again, you can see the sort of light beams coming through the window there. Very nice touch. There's some Arachnotrons here that we have to deal with. It's better that we deal with these guys now rather than when we go down the bottom. There's also a secret area here that is very useful for us. If we come inside here, there's actually a BFG and a Megasphere. Definitely going to be grabbing these. There's a bunch of enemies in this area here. will be making good use of the BFG here to try and get rid of as many of them as I can. There's a lot of different kinds of enemies taking aim at us here, so it's worth taking our time. Make sure we grab the rocket launch before we head into the next area. Be careful for that imp there. If you sort of stop back up around this corner when you're fighting these arachnotrons, it will attack you, and it can take quite a lot of health off, so be aware of that. Heading down here brings us to that armor that we saw earlier on. It's very easy to get, just run forward and then turn around. Once you drop down here, you kind of have to go forward and drop down into the middle there. Or you have to come down here to get the blue key. So the trick with this room here is that there's a bunch of barons inside here, but there's a really nasty trap that we're about to uncover once we've defeated this guy. When we hit the switch here, you'll see this room becomes an absolute hazard. It is possible to avoid all of these, but you want to be moving quickly to get that blue key card, and then you just kind of want to stand in a spot where the arrows are not hitting and just wait for them to go away. You can see there's a few nightmare imps that we didn't get rid of. Some spawn behind us there as well. There's an invulnerability there if you need it. I don't particularly feel like I need it right now. You can see here that this is a massive area. This is a very big open space, and obviously because we took out the enemies earlier on, we don't have to deal with the major encounter in here, but you can obviously see that this is a pretty large room and there was a lot of enemies in here, so getting rid of the enemies from up top was the bright idea, in my opinion. Just going to go around the corner here and take out this imp. You can tell we're on the right path here because these enemies have spawned in. They kind of act as a bit of a waypoint for you to, so you kind of understand that at least you're heading in the right direction. I do feel this part of the level is a bit cryptic about what you're meant to do next, because there's a switch over here behind this wall. And I feel like a lot of players may miss that on their first playthroughs. But when you hit it, it brings you down here. Kind of brings you to this little labyrinth-like area. We get a bunch of shotgun guys in here. We also see a Hell Knight here. There's also going to be some barons a bit later on. There's not really a lot to say about this area. Ultimately, it is just a little maze that you have to make your way through. And as you can see, there are some harder enemies in here just to kind of add a bit of spice. The Barons in particular are pretty nasty to deal with in close quarters like this, so just make sure that you have plenty of ammo when you head into this area. We can head up here now. I'm going to use the chain gun against the shotgun guys just because it makes things a bit easier for me. And I don't really want to waste the shotgun ammo. We have plenty of it right now, but we may end up needing it. So as we head up here, you get ambushed by 2 Barons of Hell here, which is pretty nasty. There's plenty of ammo for your chain gun here. I do like this room. There's a nice contrast in lighting there, and I really appreciate that. We're just going to take out the Hell Knight here. Also going to replenish on bullets. We might be needing them in a moment. So we're just going to grab the red keycard here, and once we do that, this room is going to fill up again with enemies. And as you can see, it's not Hell Knights, it's Barons of Hell. So it's going to be quite an ammo dump this next section. Take care of all these Barons here. You can see in the background that Cacodemon and that Baron were having a good old little fight between themselves, and the Baron came out on top. I wonder how much damage that Cacodemon did to it. Not that much by the seams of things. Cacodemon's joined us here for a bit of fun itself, but it's not going to get much in on me. Again, we haven't made use of that invulnerability just because I don't think we actually need it at this point. But now we can go inside the red door, which is over here. Love this room, love the use of lighting here. There's a it's very atmospheric when you kind of wander into here. Gonna grab all the ammo we can. Grabbing the yellow keycard from off the flames there, and a bunch of Barons once again spawn in, so we're just gonna have to deal with these before we head into the exit. A fun little observation I want to make, there's way more Barons in this level than you would expect, and honestly they should have just called this Baron's Lair instead of that Plutonia level, because frankly this deserves it way more. We may run out of ammo here. We have run out of ammo. Okay. Let's see if punching the Baron gets us anywhere. I don't think it's going to, and I think I may have to go back into the level to get some ammo here. Because this thing is not happy to see me. Yeah, we're not going to risk that. I know there's some ammo bags back through that maze, but I don't want to go there if I can avoid it. I would much prefer to see if there's any ammo sort of lying around here. See if we can grab that. We can't. Did I clean this room up? Nice. I think I did. I'm not going to say no to health though. Like we weren't doing too well for health at the end there. See, the issue with me is that I use the super shotgun a lot in Doom 64, so I end up burning through shotgun ammo a lot quicker than I really should do, and it's something I really need to unteach myself when I'm playing through this again. I also left a bunch of shotgun ammo down here, so we can grab that as well while we're here. Like there, for example. I reckon we've probably got enough here, but we need to go up where the ammo bags are anyway, because that's where the exit to this area is, because you can't actually exit back in the way we came. So I may as well just head through the maze here. Funnily enough, it does actually give us a chance to appreciate the level a bit more. I do like this level. I feel that the only bit that really irks me is that switch on the reverse wall, because I can tell you, again, as a kid, when I played through this game, I really struggled to find that, because obviously it's kind of out of the way, and if you're not able to sort of see that pillar clearly, you may not even know there's anything on the back side of it. Yeah, just took one shot. But yeah, I like this one. It's a fun level, packed with lots of atmosphere. Kind of goes a bit hard on the Barons, I feel, but we are playing on the top difficulty, so I can't really argue about that. Dark Citadel is one of those levels that sticks with me because it's memorable, it's really fun, and it's a real challenge if you're playing on the top difficulties. So very much worth a play if you've never got round to it. Hey, and welcome to map 14 of Doom 64. This is Eye of the Storm. The opening to this level is pretty nasty. These shotgunners will turn around and blast you in the face as soon as you make your presence known. But worse than that, down both of these sideways, there's a bunch of mid-tier enemies who will absolutely slaughter you if you're doing a pistol start. As you can see from the Arachnotrons already taking aim at me. So what we're going to do, we're going to walk up here, drop this elevator, and we're going to hit this switch. This allows us to head towards the blue key card. We're also going to grab this chain gun here, because this will be insanely useful. Your best bet at this point in the level is to try and encourage infighting. The Arachnotrons and the Barons make for excellent fodder against each other. As you can see, I'm also making good target practice for them. Going to use the chain gun that we just picked up to take out all these enemies. Unfortunately, you're not really gifted a double barrel shotgun at the start here, so you need to take care of these with a single barrel shotgun, which is never pretty. There's a lot of ammo though, so don't feel overwhelmed if you find yourself running a bit low on ammo. There's usually plenty lying around on this level. When we head round here, you'll see there are yet more Arachnotrons and Barons waiting for us. Once again, we're going to let the infighting sort of do the heavy lifting for us here, just because if we sort of try to take down all these enemies, we're going to blow through a whole bunch of ammo. It's going to get pretty messy, although, to be fair, getting hit with that fireball was also pretty messy. Okay, so they have started fighting each other, which means we can focus on these imps up here. Gonna quickly hit this switch here. That will lower the blue key card, and we will be going gain that in a second. But you can see to the right there's a BFG, and of course we want the BFG. The BFG is very much desired. And how do you grab it? Well, if you hit this wall there, you can raise these bars and make your way up here. Oh, there's a Baron right at the bottom there, and he was blocking me from getting down. I don't think he's going to have much health left anyway, so we're just going to finish him off. Grabbing that BFG is pretty important for the second part of this level, in my opinion. Otherwise, you end up relying on the rocket launcher, and as you know, the rocket launcher is not a particularly friendly ally when you're in close quarter combat. You'll also notice if you look up the top of the screen, there's a whole bunch of lost souls who are coming out of that top section there. That's actually the exit to the level up there, but obviously we won't know that for quite some time. The image of the lost soul sort of pouring out of the top of the building there is pretty impressive, I have to say. I'm actually surprised we don't see that more in Doom levels. Are there any more enemies around here? So those pinkies appear when you hit those switches, and also I think when you grab the blue key card. You can see there's a rocket launcher here. Definitely want to grab that. So when we hit the blue switch here, we can go into the second part of the level, which is filled with mancubuses. But around this corner, absolute nightmare. I think on the top difficulty there's 3 pain elementals, and because they shoot pretty frequently, and they shoot 2 of them, if you do not clear this area quickly, this can become a mess very quickly, which is why I'm just kind of launching rockets down there. I'm not giving them a chance to release lost souls into the level. And of course there's another mancubus over here. That's where you can come through on the other side as well, but you do need to hit the blue switch on the other side. When you step into here, a whole bunch of lost souls will appear. It's a good idea to get rid of as many of these as quickly as you can. The lost souls on the high difficulties in Doom 64 can be hyper aggressive, and they can leech away your health, in particular when you don't have any armor. Grab that med kit there. So just going to have a quick look around this space here. I really like how the lighting is used in these spaces. We need to hit a switch to open that door. I can't quite remember what we have to do to make that switch appear. Just having a quick nosy around. It's a very visually pleasing level, this one. Like a lot of these hell levels in Doom 64, there's a lot of attention to detail, and the use of lighting really does add so much. Interesting. I'm not quite sure what I did to make that appear, but I'm not going to complain about that. Of course, when we go into this door here, there's a bunch of barons. There's also some imps there that we managed to kill. There's a few shotgunners off in the distance. They're just here to sort of pick away at our health. We don't really need to worry too much about them. That being said, shotgun guys can be a nuisance on higher difficulties just because they have this weird ability to sort of be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And when you don't have any armor, it can turn into a bit of a dicey affair. See, good example is there. That shotgun guy got a nice shot off on us, and that one got another nice shot on me. So even though these are not particularly dangerous enemies, you got to be really careful with them. Goodness. Luckily there's a supercharge in the middle of this. This appears when you head into the next section, but picking it up reveals these cacodemons. So I'm going to ask you guys now, while this cacodemon here is doing a little jig for us, do you prefer the original cacodemon design, or do you prefer this brown design? It's kind of interesting that they deviated so much from the red design in Doom 64, probably to make it seem less comical and to seem more sort of realistic. A lot of the designs in this game for the enemies tend to be a bit more realistic. But I'd love to hear what your thoughts on the cacodemon designs are, and which one do you prefer? There's more lost souls outside here, but we've got more than enough shotgun ammo here to deal with this. If you don't have much ammo at this point, well, I'm sorry to tell you, you're probably going to get bitten to death. And as I mentioned earlier, we're at the exit of the level, so you can see down to the starting area. I do like this level. Again, very tightly designed, very interesting, lots of fun little encounters. It's a very dangerous level as well, because you can end up wasting a whole bunch of ammo. I thought that was the end of the level. No, we have to walk onto this teleporter. I do like this level. It's very fun to play through. Quite a challenge as well. That opening section from a pistol start in particular bites very hard. And it very much showcases that this game can be a real challenge when the design sort of lends itself to that in these levels. Hey, and welcome to map 15 of Doom 64. This is Dark Entities. When you hit the switches at the side here, in the starting area, you get a super shotgun and some ammo, which is very nice. You'll probably be wanting that for this onslaught at the start here. There's a few lost souls and a few nightmare imps for us to deal with, but that's not the worst hazard we have to deal with. There are two slabs that lower down from the roof, and they shoot out these rockets. So this is as close as we'll get to seeing revenants in Doom 64. It's an interesting addition to the Doom canon, and I have to say that I don't know if I'm a huge fan of it just because it feels kind of random. It is nice to have more environmental hazards, don't get me wrong, but I would have preferred to see the revenant in the game as an enemy rather than that, but hey ho. It doesn't really matter. Gonna go through this teleporter here. We need to take care of two arachnotrons who are hiding in the shadows here. They're not too difficult to deal with, but they can get the occasional shot off on you if you're not lucky. Excellent. So we need to get that blue key there that's in the centre. There's a secret over here which we're going to grab. Want to get as much ammo as we can here. In order to get the blue keycard, we are going to need to solve a puzzle. And this puzzle does befuddle quite a lot of players. Now, we're going to play a game here. Where do you think this soul sphere is going to end up? There's 5 potential places it can end up, and I'm going to give you a second at the end to make your choice, and let's see if you're right. Have you made your choice yet? You have to press one of these 5 switches that's just raised up and hope that you pick the one with the soul sphere. Now here's the thing, the trick with this is that you're looking to pick the one where the soul sphere started out. So if you pick any of the other ones, you actually have to redo this puzzle and more lost souls spawn into the level. So it's not really worth doing this more than once, so make sure you keep an attention on where it starts. Quite a few people fall for this trap, and it can be quite difficult if you don't work out that's what you're meant to be doing. You'll also notice that the trap again is going to set off. Speaking of nasty traps, there's a bunch of imps around us here. Both normal and nightmare imps here. There's some armour, which, you know, very useful. Not going to say no to that, are we? It's important we get rid of the imps because they can chip away at our health. And yes, we have armour, yes, we have lots of health, but trust me, in a minute we're going to be needing as much of this as we can get. Pick up all the free ammo there. There's 2 arachnotrons up top here. I'm going to get rid of them now because I don't want to be dealing with them when we get through this next room. Things are going to get very intense in the next room, and to be honest, I'm not sure what state we'll be in once we come out the other side, so it's definitely worth us just clearing as much of the trouble in the future parts of the level as we can. We'll be going through that part in a bit, but it's now time to head down here. There's 2 imps, one on either side of this pit here. When you drop down, you can't get back up, and there's a whole bunch of enemies out in this courtyard here. There's arachnotrons, there's hell knights, there's barons of hell, there's a few lost souls in here for good measure. And what makes this particularly frustrating at points is that they're all at different elevations. So there's enemies up top there, there's enemies in the cages, there's enemies on the ground here, there's enemies that'll come out of the middle there. It's a real mess, and you've got to do really well here on the harder difficulties to not become overwhelmed. Why yes, you are seeing a Baron of Hell and a Hell Knight infight there. That's what we want to see. Infighting is really the best way to deal with this room. There is a rocket launcher, but I don't really want to use it just because I have a feeling that using it with so many enemies around will only end badly for me. The super shotgun is more than capable of doing the same level of damage. Excellent. So when I was running around earlier, I was trying to get all those enemies up top there to infight. Things have calmed down a bit here, which is good. You have to move quickly in this room. If you try to stand still and take on all these enemies, you will end up becoming a target for quite a few of the enemies here. You can see there's a lot of rockets around here as well. That doesn't actually do anything. You want to hit this switch instead. So that actually lowers the teleporter back near the way that we came in here. But there's still a few things that we can do in this area. Just want to see if there's any ammo lying around. That's the teleporter that came down. That'll take us back to the starter level. But if you head up these steps here, you actually can grab a rocket launcher, which is pretty nice. In the center of the room there as well, there's actually a supercharge and a armor, but we don't really need those because we're doing quite well on both fronts. This is another nasty little trap. So as you can see, there's some environmental hazards here that we have to duck and dodge through. There's a plasma rifle there. Once we grab the red key here, a bunch of enemies are going to spawn back on that bridge on the other side. On the harder difficulties, there's quite a lot as well. So this is where the rocket launcher really will come into its own in this level. Trying to be careful here not to blast myself in the face. Cool. Didn't get hit by any of those. That's pretty good going for me. As you can see, a bunch of lost souls have spawned back in the opening room. Do be careful, because as soon as you step outside of this doorway, the trap will activate again. That the one with the rockets that we saw at the start of the level. It is a good idea not to get in the way of these rockets. They do quite a lot of damage, in particular when you don't have any armor like we didn't at the start of the level, and they will track you pretty aggressively. Inside the exit room there are 2 Barons of Hell. If you've been saving your rockets or you've got cell ammo, this is the moment to use it. And we're pretty much done with this level. This is one of those levels, I think, that it kind of stands out because that opening room is such a nasty room. If you're not aware of those rocket traps in this game, that is quite the introduction to them. It's an okay level. I don't think it's as good as some of the levels we've seen in the last few outings, but I do think Dark Entries is still a fun one. It's quite difficult as well on the harder difficulty levels, so if you're coming into this one expecting an easy time, don't. That's the thing though with Doom 64, it's really nailing that atmosphere. I love the textures in this game, I love the use of lighting, and I just kind of love the level design overall. There's a very claustrophobic and chaotic sense to some of these levels that really just adds to the frenzy that you get in Doom 64. It may seem like a slower game, but there are times when this game gets really aggressive and it gets really in your face and it really challenges you, like in that courtyard room where if you wander in there unprepared, you are going to get absolutely messed up. Hey and welcome to map 16 of Doom 64. This is Bloodkey. The opening to this level is quite quiet, but it will pick up very quickly as we head outside. You can see already there's a Cacodemon shooting through the window there. Just make sure we don't take too much damage from it. When we head inside here to grab the shotgun, the walls back there will open up. We just need to make sure we don't take too much damage from the shotgunners. We're not going to head out that way, we're actually going to head this way. So when we head down here, we come outside to this space. There's a bunch of imps on the far side of this room who are going to be using me as target practice, but between us and them are these Cacodemons. There are a lot of Cacodemons on this level and we've got to be careful of them because they will chase us throughout. There's actually a super shotgun behind us, but it's a bit too busy at the minute for me to safely grab it, so I'm going to just grab the chain gun here instead. I want to take out as many of these imps as possible, but we have accidentally woken up all the lost souls in this little cave here. There is an armor there which I desperately want, so we'll be making sure to grab that. There's a bridge there that kind of bounces you up. I want to grab those rockets there. But as you can see, there is a lot of enemies around here. A lot of enemies. If we stay there, we're going to die. So the best thing for me to do is just to come back to this side where it's a bit quieter. We can kind of control the pace a bit better here. We need to head over here. Probably should have grabbed the super shotgun, but completely forgot about it in the moment there. It's not too much trouble. Hell Knights are not too difficult to take care of if you know what you're doing. Excellent. When we go up here, there is going to be a key at the top. There should be. And a Cacodemon. What did I tell you? The Cacodemons love to follow you in this level. When you hit that switch, there was a few too many fireballs coming in my direction there. I need to get rid of that. Oh, wow, okay. We could have died there very easily. Just looking to see if there's any enemies before I drop down. Nothing behind there. Excellent, grab the backpack there. Having a quick nosy around here just to see if there's any health that I've not picked up yet. So the super shotgun's actually there. Well, this imp over here is actually annoying me, so let's take care of it before we do anything else here. The switch to lower the super shotgun is here. Grab that. This will make taking care of the Cacodemons a bit easier throughout the level. We probably want this, in particular knowing where this level is going to go. Just going to have a quick look down here as well. Grab the health, very much needed. We'll be going in there later on. We can't go into this cave here yet. We need to hit a series of switches to make this happen. The red door is here. A few hit scanners wait on the other side, as well as some Cacodemons. There's also some enemies to the left on some elevators. We have to press this switch here to progress. This lowers a chamber on the far side of the room, but also introduces us to 2 Barons of Hell. Hitting that switch raises the entrance to that cave that we were talking about earlier on. I want to get rid of all these imps here as well, because nightmare imps can be a real pain. The fireballs come at you really quickly, and as you can see here, when they sort of work in tandem with the other enemies in the game, they can become a real force to be reckoned with. This is the other side of that cave that we were talking about. Very nice blue cave here. We want to grab that supercharge over there. We need to hit this switch to do that. Once we hit that switch, a bunch of lost souls are going to spawn inside the chamber there. we can just shoot them through this window here. Let's clear up the stragglers and grab the yellow key. The yellow door's just up there, which is where we're going to be heading in a second. Those cacodemons appeared because we walked past the line dev there. It's a pretty interesting trap, this one, because obviously these spectres are here to sort of block you. If you haven't cleared out the imps before you head up this way, this is going to be a really nasty section for you on the higher difficulties. Luckily I can herd them over here and just take them out one at a time. The super shotgun really doing all the heavy lifting here for me. The blue keycard is just there. There's a few enemies between us and it though. Here's a very small platforming section. I know Doom and platforming don't go hand in hand, but this isn't a terrible room, to be honest. As long as you're careful where you're stepping and you take out the enemies as you're going along, it's not too difficult. Me focusing on this fella here led to me walking into the toxic. Luckily you can just step out, so nothing too stressful here to worry about. Take our time. Let's not get irradiated again. There is a rocket launcher there as well. Very much worth the small detour to grab. We'll be using it instantly here. I thought they were going to appear behind me there for some reason. Luckily they didn't, because I would have ended up blasting myself in the face. With the rocket launcher and the blue keycard in hand, we can now head to the blue door that we were looking at earlier on. This is a particularly busy room. There's a whole bunch of enemies inside here. We've got Pinkies, we've got Hell Knights, we've got Barons of Hell. And all these rockets we've been collecting will really come in useful in mowing down these enemies. Oh, hello. Didn't expect to see you coming out there. That almost went badly. We'll be coming back to that wall in a second. First things first though, let's get rid of the imps. When you hit this switch here, it raises the bars there. You have to lower this bookcase here and run it on top, but you have a very short amount of time to actually make that happen. Even when I grab the plasma rifle here, there really isn't that much time left for me to have made it in here. You've got to be moving quickly if you want to grab the plasma gun here. Why did I call it plasma gun? It's a plasma rifle. Let's make use of this. I have to say, I think I prefer the PC version of the plasma rifle. In previous videos we've been talking about what I liked in this version versus the PC version, but I think I'm confident in saying I prefer the PC plasma rifle. It just fires quicker and it's a bit more pleasant to use, I find. Supercharge get. Once we hit this switch, a bunch of enemies are going to appear around us. This will actually open the way towards the end of the level as well, so very much worth clearing out all these enemies, even if we could technically run right to the exit here. Before we head to the exit, I just want to say I really like this level. I've always remembered this level from when I was a kid. I remember getting lost on this level, and I think this is one of those levels that took me a long time to actually finish. And I just feel that this is the kind of level that Doom 64 does really, really well. Levels that are kind of spread across a wide area, lots of intense fights, lots of puzzles like that to sort, and honestly, when I think of Doom 64, this is actually one of the first levels I'll think about, just because I think it really nails what Doom 64 does really well. And it has this really great vibe to it as well. Like, exploring this level, looking around, it's just really cool. It's got this really chilling atmosphere. And of course, there's lots of nice traps. But I think the room that's most impressive we're about to see when we go through the yellow door in a second. Let's just clear out the arachnotrons. No one likes arachnotrons. This room looks very peaceful, but as soon as we step into the middle here, it all goes a bit chaotic. Do not step off this middle platform. Whatever you do, this little strip that you see in front of us here, never step off this, because the outside of the room sinks, and obviously ThatNukemGuy's health kind of relies on you not letting him sink into traps like that. I really can't praise this level enough. I love this level. I think it's a really solid outing for Doom 64, and like I said, when I think of Doom 64, this is one of the first levels I will think about. It's just a great level, and I think that if this was in Doom 2, if this was in one of the other retail Doom games, I think it would be very high on a lot of people's level lists for quality. It's just that good in my opinion. Hey, and welcome to map 17 of Doom 64. This is Watch Your Step. Any level in Doom that gives you all the weapons at the start, you know you're going to have a great time with it. And this is one of those levels. The opening area here is incredibly interesting to look at. There's a lot of interesting architecture throughout this level. And as you can see, we've just grabbed a backpack, the shotgun there. We're going to move our way through the level here. We're going to come into this sort of quad area. And we see our first enemy around this corner here. So from this point on, we're going to be seeing a load of enemies spawn in here. And we are really going to need to pay attention. Go. So the blue key is here, but as you can see, there's cacodemons. There's also some pain elementals on the other side. We need to be very careful for those. When we turn this corner here, we should see the pain elemental. It's best to get rid of these as quickly as you can. In this game in particular, they can be very quick at spawning lost souls into the level, and those lost souls on the higher difficulties are hyper aggressive. Just making clever use of the rocket launcher here. Oh, hello. As you can see, that particular pain elemental there has managed to fill the level with lost souls. So that's a lot of ammo that we're wasting just dealing with that. And there's another pain elemental right over there. I think of all the enemies and the redesigns in Doom 64, the pain elemental really did get the most savage upgrade in terms of brutality. It looks so sinister in Doom 64. I'm just coming back to the starter level here to grab this berserk pack just to refill our health. You can see that Megas. Oh, hello. Did not know you were here. And we just lost all that health we gained anyway, so good job there, Nukem. We need to head inside here. There's another pain elemental for us to deal with. Once we make our way inside here, we need to hit the switch. A bunch of imps will spawn in this central area. Gonna try and save some ammo here by not using the double barrel shotgun. There are two secrets in this level. Both of them require you to shoot certain switches. The first one we just got there. I'll show you in a bit what the secrets actually open up. As you can see, some lost souls have spawned into the level, so we'll have to deal with that. Lost souls in Doom 64 are generally more aggressive, I find, than their PC counterparts. They're really nasty, and I think they've got less HP as well. I'm not 100% on that one, because usually you can take them out with one shotgun blast, but that doesn't make them any easier to deal with when they're in a crowd. Oh, hello. So there's the second secret. Let's grab that blue armor. Oh, another pain elemental. Okay, I didn't expect that one. As you can see, I didn't expect that when I was coming down. This pain elemental really caught me by surprise there. And he spawned quite a few of his friends for us, so hooray for that. One thing that's really worth pointing out in this level in particular, I love how the use of haze in this really adds to the atmosphere of this level. It feels very foreboding, and it feels like very claustrophobic, like you don't know what's actually in front of you. The two switches we hit allow us to grab the Megasphere here, and it also opens up the other side with an invulnerability. Now, we're not going to use that right now. When we come back into this opening area, there's a bit of a monster gauntlet for us to run. A bunch of ammo has also spawned around the opening area here. Definitely worth grabbing it in the early stages, because once the more difficult enemies start spawning in, moving around is going to be a bit more difficult. For now, we can just take out the pinkies. Up next is the imps here. And here come the Hell Knights. I don't think there's any barons who spawn in, which is pretty lucky, because they would be a real drain on rockets here. I just love the silhouette of the structure in the center there, how the haze really kind of makes it feel difficult and makes it feel mysterious as you're sort of looking forward there. I am a huge fan of this arena. You can see that we've now got Mancubus and Arachnotrons. Of course, this is not the end of this. We just have to kill that final Mancubus there. Once we kill this... yeah, so we have to fight two cyber demons here. This is the official introduction to the cyber demons in Doom 64. They hit just as hard, they're pretty nasty to deal with, and I'm going to cheese it by using the invulnerability. If you're playing on the lower difficulties, only one cyber demon spawns in here. But if you're playing on the top difficulty, like I am here, you'll have to face two of them down. And you can see that you kind of explode in a spectacular sort of frenzy when you blow them up. Excellent. In order to open up the exit to the level, you've actually got to kill the cyber demons. And that's pretty much the end of this one. I love this level. As a sort of mini-boss level and an introduction for the cyber demons, it's really, really cool. If you don't save that invulnerability, if you don't even go for the invulnerability, that battle against the cyber demons can be pretty nasty, especially with two of them walking around and launching rocket to you. But if you're smart and you go for the secrets, you can make this level a lot easier on yourself, as you saw here. I love the gauntlet idea as well. I love how this level lets you kind of experience all those enemies in an arena type situation. The game hasn't really done anything like that so far, so to have all those different enemies thrown at you at the end of the level is pretty cool, and it's a very intense battle. if you're not expecting it. Definitely one of my favourite Doom 64 levels, another great level. Hey and welcome to map 18 of Doom 64. This is Spawned Fear. We start in this sort of little ceremonial room here with lots of flames around us. Pick up the shotgun, we'll be needing that very imminently. As soon as we step outside, there's a whole bunch of enemies waiting to take me down. Lost souls, shotgun guys, imps. There's also some Caco demons to our left, as you can see there. It's very easy to be overwhelmed on the harder difficulties here, so do be careful. Make sure you take your time and control the flow of the enemies when you're making your way through here. Also be sure to grab the ammo there. In the opening sections here, ammo can be a bit stingy and you will have to go hunting for it if you run out, so good idea to make sure you're well armed. As you can see, there are some imps in the cage there. There's also a secret round the corner here. We want to take out the shotgunners behind the secret wall. There's also a supercharge, very nice, not going to say no to that. Super shotgun here. We don't need that against the Lost Souls here, so definitely worth just taking them out with the single barrel shotgun. The yellow door is there. That leads towards the exit. We won't be dealing with that for quite a while yet. Take note of these bookcases, they will become a bit more prevalent later on. There's a red door there, can't do anything with that right now. When we open this door, you can see there's some Barons of Hell on the far side of the room. That switch we hit opens that door that's trying to close there. Take down that Baron there. Grab the armor that's just appeared. Excellent. Thank you for that, Lost Souls. Make sure there are none left. This room's quite crowded. There's a few enemies in here who can deal damage, but never fret. The real threat's behind this door. It's the Baron of Hell again. He's never happy to see us, is he? You'll see behind him there's a blue key on a raised platform. In order to access that, we actually have to stand on this little platform here and shoot that switch there. It is very cryptic, so if you don't get it the first time, I understand completely. Once you've got the blue key, we can head towards the blue door. You'll see that the other switches don't really do anything. I was pretty sure those came down at some point. Oh well. More Lost Souls for us to deal with there. I'm going to head up here quickly. There's a few enemies that need cleaning out here, and I'd rather deal with them now while we've got a lot of ammo and health. Once we've taken care of the Hell Knights, this area is pretty safe from this point forward. Blue doors behind these imps. You can see a key there. One thing that does bother me about Doom 64, it's very hard to tell if you're looking at the yellow key or the red key because they both kind of look very similar. You can clear the imps out by shooting through the cages. Grab those rockets. Once we step out here, you can see that the walls open up and there's a little trap for us to deal with. This room is an absolute horror show. We hit this switch here and you can see it turns on the lights, but it also locks us in here. Is it not going to come down? We have got a rocket launcher now, so that might make things a little more fun. Oh, there's a switch here. As soon as we hit this switch, that center pillar is going to come down, and let's see which enemies turn up here today. There's a pain elemental there. Oh, hello. You can see the pain elementals are kind of spawning in. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was not good at all. That was pretty terrible for me, let's be honest. Right. I need health. I need health, like, right this second. The best thing to do there is to try clearing one side of the room. It at least frees up one side of the room for you to move around and take out the other side. That was rough. I did not do well there. And of course we haven't got enough rockets to deal with all of these, so it's going to be shotgun mania for a little bit. Just checking there's no secret walls there. Grab the shotgun shells. And we'll grab the key. I think it's the... yeah, it's the red key. Now it's time to go and open that red door we saw way earlier in the level. You know what, actually? I want to see if this... ah, it does. Okay. It's not really a good secret, I'm not going to lie. That counts as a secret. Missed with that shot. We're chewing through shotgun ammo here pretty relentlessly. Wow, there's a lot of Hell Knights in this room. I might run out of ammo for the shotguns here. That would be pretty awful if that were to happen. And he's got a friend behind him. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Ugh, okay, this is not good at all. I don't even have the Berserk pack to help me out here. I'm going to have to go and get ammo from somewhere else in the level. Oh, that was rough. That was rough. Do a quick scout, see if there's any health or ammo that I've left lying around. Definitely going to grab those. Okay, I didn't follow my own advice. I didn't pick up all the shotguns at the start. So there's a lesson for you all. Make sure you grab all the shotgun ammo at the start of this level. Hello, Mr. Hell Knight. I'm here to help you out. There we go. now that we've dealt with all these Hell Knights, there's actually a wall over here that we need to click to open up. There's a small gap there that gives you a hint that you need to go behind here. It's a bit of a weird way to introduce this area, as this is sort of like the most open area of this whole level, and it is essential, so I have to say, a bit of an odd choice to hide it behind a bookcase. Guess I'm going to go looking for more health. I thought I'd left some health and ammo in there, just in case, because you never know with these levels. You may end up needing that health and ammo a lot sooner than you want to need it. Don't think there's anything in the starting area. Health there. I think I can manage with this now. So this begins a small puzzle that's filled with lost souls and will eventually lead to a bunch of pain elementals ambushing us, which is never really what you want in this game. I think there's 3 pain elementals that just spawned, which is pretty disgusting if you actually put any thought to it. In this game, pain elementals are incredibly nasty. They shoot 2 lost souls out. They kind of damage you when they explode, and the lost souls they shoot, there's 4, never mind 3. The lost souls they shoot are way more aggressive than they were in the PC version of Doom. All in all, pain elementals got the biggest glow up in terms of nastiness. Just walk up a bunch of enemies. We'll come around here and deal with them in very short order. The good news, there's a supercharge there. The bad news, there's a big Baron blocking our way to it. Seeing a lot of pain elementals on this level, and I'm not a fan of that. We can help ourselves out a bit by taking out some of the enemies in the chamber down below. We'll be in there in a second. I know there's a secret around here in a secret chamber, because I always remember triggering it by accident. Let's see if I can find it. There it is. Never going to say no to a Megasphere, especially on a level like this where health has not always been abundant for us to find. Hit that switch, this cliff drops down. Another pain elemental over there. This one can't really do much to us though, so it's not too bad. Do one final sweep here, just to make sure we haven't left any enemies walking around. I don't think we have. Now we have to drop down into this chamber. So this is boiling lava or blood. It's definitely boiling because you can see the flames popping out of it. It's a very claustrophobic part of the level, this one. If you miss the hazmat suit up top, though, you can grab the hazmat suit down here. Yellow key get. We'll use this lift here to get out of here. And of course, once we grab the yellow key, a bunch of Hell Knights and Barons will spawn into the canyon area here. With all those enemies cleared, we can now head towards the yellow door. Remember, the yellow door was near the start of the level. I'm 100% sure you can get into that bookcase there. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The ending to this level is pretty interesting. There's actually a secret exit where I was just looking in that room. The way to get in there, though, it means that you can't really get 100% kills and go for the secret exit. You kind of have to choose which one you want to do. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second, once we get rid of this Baron. I'm going to save here. Normally I wouldn't save in these runs, but you kind of have to if you want to show off both of the exits here. The TLDR for how to get to this secret exit, when you reach the top of those stairs there, you get one attempt to come to this chamber here. It does count as a secret when you enter it, and there is no way to actually go into the normal exit and into this exit. It's a bit frustrating if you want to get 100% kills in these levels, because unfortunately there are a bunch of pain elementals in this final room, and you can't really get to this room without triggering the secret exit, so you just have to make your peace with that. Once we clear out the pain elementals, though, we can go to the normal exit, and that is Spawned Fear completed with 100% kills. Didn't get all the secrets. I don't think I triggered the secret exit secrets. I'm also sure there's one other secret somewhere in the level, but yeah, it's neither here nor there. Very long level, this one, but really fun to play through. It has some interesting set pieces and a lot of memorable architecture in the second half. I do like the canyon area. It's very interesting to explore. There's a lot of things to catch your eye, and I really do like a lot of the encounters in this level, so this one gets a thumbs up from me as well. Now, I'm going to take a quick look at the secret exit, just so you can kind of see what it looks like when you do that. Once you enter the secret exit here, you can see that we don't quite get all the kills, but we do get one more extra secret, which is pretty neat. And we're going into the void. You wretch, as a strange, acrid odour assaults you. Death and demon carcasses. No nightmare could have prepared you for this. You realise that this place was not meant for living humans. Hey, and welcome to the final secret level of Doom 64. This is In the Void. This is a level that feels both claustrophobic and expansive at the same time. You'll see what I mean as we make our way through here. First thing on the agenda is to get rid of these spectres in the opening area. There's a Hell Knight up top, and I'm definitely going to be clearing him out. He can easily throw fireballs at us as we're moving through the level. Definitely don't want that to be a thing. The armor there is going to be incredibly useful. As we head outside here, you can see that outside of the walkable area, there's such a sense of vastness to this level. The void is covering everything. It makes everything feel gloomy, and it makes everything feel so mysterious. You can't even look across the level to see what's on the other side, and it makes distant enemies a real threat, in particular when they spawn in the middle parts, as they will later on. What I want to do here is get rid of the Mancubus. There's a bunch of shotgun shells over here. The yellow key is up top. We can't get that until near the end of the level. Love the structures in the center of this room. As we open this door, we have to take care of the spectres on the other side, but the bigger threat is the Pain Elementals. On this level in particular, the Pain Elementals are an absolute nightmare, because in between all these pathways that we can walk on, there's actually large expanses where they can travel across. So the Lost Souls and the Pain Elementals can actually track you through the level, which means that they are a real hazard. You have to get rid of them as you're moving through. If you don't, then it's just going to end badly. There's more spectres up here. To the right hand side there's a yellow switch. To the left here is the exit. We can't enter that right now, obviously. We need the yellow key to achieve that. But this just goes to show what I was talking about with the Lost Souls. They are a threat on this level, and given how many we'll be facing later in the level, we don't want them following us through the level, basically. Rocket launcher will make quick work of the Hell Knight there. You can see the red skull card there in the centre of the room. Picking that up will spawn a Hell Knight in this room here. Very interesting looking platform here. And there is the demon key. We can't grab it right now, but we do know it's here, which is excellent. This gives you a good sight on what I was talking about earlier. A lot of these Lost Souls will track us around the level if we don't get rid of them. And because that Pain Elemental there is beneath the platform here, I can't actually hit it. I've got to wait for it to appear in a place where I can actually shoot it. So it does actually not help me, the layout of this area. There's a supercharge behind the demon key there. Some spectres have spawned in here just to mess around with me. We'll get rid of them quickly. There's no real danger at this exact moment. A Baron of Hell spawned here though. That's a bit more threatening. The red door is here. There's a bunch of ammo that we can grab. I'm going to use the chain gun here just because we're going to get plenty of ammo for this towards the end of the level, and you'll understand why that's a good thing when we get there. Shouldn't have stepped on that shadow there. That shadow there spawns the Mancubus who are shooting us right now. But as you can see, the Mancubus is fighting with the Baron of Hell behind it there, so that's pretty lucky. I'm going to let them two fight it out while I pick up all the ammo around this room. Oh wow, the Mancubus actually won there. So down that big chute there, that's where the demon key will be collected later on, but we'll be doing that a bit later on in the level, so we'll not think about that right now. With the Barons dispatched, we can head back to the central area here. As you can see, more Barons of Hell have spawned here. We'll need to be careful. I am running out of shotgun ammo here. We are going to need a bit more ammo here. I don't think there's any out there, so there's no real point in checking. Picked up a box of bullets there. And some shells. Doing a quick scout here just to make sure I've not left any ammo on the ground. Hit the blue switch while we're here. Take care of this Baron on the way back. That raises the platform to the yellow keycard. That's what the blue switch did anyway. So with the yellow keycard, we could technically leave the level here now. But once you head towards the exit, you can feel the earth tremor there. That's a sign that something has changed. And if you head back here to where the demon key is, a switch has appeared. We now have to leg it across the level here. We're heading into the red door, and we're going back to that room where we fought the Mancubuses and the Barons of Hell earlier on. You can see there a step has risen. That's only up for a very short amount of time. You'll want to be quick getting to the demon key here. If you don't want to fight the Pain Elementals, I recommend just avoiding the line dev on the floor there. Because as you can see in a second, when we cross over the line dev there, a bunch of ammo appears and a bunch of Pain Elementals show up. Now the thing with this end game here is that if you are not bothered about getting 100% kills, you just want to leave as quickly as you can. The Pain Elementals are an absolute nightmare to deal with, in particular on the harder difficulties where the Lost Souls are hyper aggressive. So what I'm going to do, we're going to stand here and we're going to try and encourage the Pain Elementals and Lost Souls to come around here. The reason for this is because this is a very protected area. Excellent. So the first Pain Elemental is making its way around here. You can already see a lot of Pain Elementals flying around, and this is only a small amount. Let's see if we can get any more to come around here. The problem is if I face them out on the platforms in the open, we'll be getting swarmed from all sides, and honestly they will overwhelm. The Lost Souls on the highest difficulty in Doom 64 are hyper aggressive, and they are fixated on taking you out, and they can do a great job of it if you give them a chance. We'll want to head back inside here. I am trying to get them to come around here, but sometimes they don't bother. I'll give it a minute just to see what's happening here. But you saw how crazy it was on the other side there. I don't think they're going to come around. We're going to have to face off against them here. So you can see they were actually pressed against the building there. But just look at how they're chipping away at my health, and if several of them hit me in sequence, it can cause a lot of problems. I'm not a fan of having to do this. Right, so we took down that Pain Elemental. You know what? There's probably another one floating around somewhere in the level. I think it's in front of us. I think it's actually behind us. But we're quickly getting overwhelmed here. I'm just going to go right now. But I do like this level. I think it's very fun. Interesting secret level. Very unique visually. Into the Void has a very unique style and approach to its level design, which I really appreciate. Even if I think it can be a bit mean with the Pain Elementals and Lost Souls. Hey, and welcome to map 19 of Doom 64. This is the Spiral. As we make our way into this central chamber here, you'll realise this level is quite short, but there's a load of enemies in it, and we're going to have to deal with every one of them. As we make our way around this circle arena, at the bottom here. We are being targeted from all angles, from above, from across the way. The best thing to do is to just grab the rocket launcher and pump them into the mancubus down here, because at least that gives you a space to run around in safely. Once you've dealt with the mancubus down here, the best option is to take out the enemies on the stairs. I sort of like staying down here initially, just so that they kind of move down a bit like this, because you're always kind of hoping that you can trigger a bit of infighting halfway up the stairs. Luckily they can't all just run down the stairs towards you. They actually have to, you know, stay on the steps where they start, so you don't get overwhelmed, at least at the bottom. Making good use of the rocket launcher in this level. I do love the architecture of this level. In fact, I really like how Doom 64 makes use of structures and shapes to sort of create unique silhouettes in these levels. It's really nice to see that they didn't just rest on the existing Doom 2 sort of style and aesthetic. They really kind of went out of their way to make this game feel unique. As you can see, by the time we reached the top there, a bunch of enemies spawned in. I was focusing on the pain elementals there just because I don't want lost souls spawning in ad nauseum, because that's just a waste of health and ammo. As we click this switch here, it actually opens up a door halfway down the staircase. We want to be grabbing that key over there. As we make our way into the teleporter here, we're going to trigger a trap as we step off it. It's going to spawn a bunch of pain elementals, and of course that means a bunch of lost souls are going to spawn. We want to try and get rid of as many of these pain elementals as quickly as we can, because this room can fill very quickly with pain elementals here. And as you can see, there's quite a few of them. I'm trying to use the rocket launcher sparingly here, just to weaken as many of them as I can. The big problem you face here is if you haven't saved ammo from the previous area, which you should have been able to, there's plenty of ammo in this level, you can very easily get overwhelmed here. Going through that teleporter there will allow us to grab the red skull card, and a bunch of imps will spawn, but considering everything we've seen on this level, I feel this is a bit of a weak ending. The final wave here, definitely a bit of a letdown in my opinion, at least in terms of difficulty. Would have been pretty nice to see more tough enemies here. Overall, I like this level. I think it's very short, it's very brisk and to the point, but it doesn't outstay its welcome, and it provides a really solid challenge if you're coming in with pistol starting. There's one final enemy here behind the red door, but obviously nothing too much to worry about. We've got plenty of ammo to deal with him. This is another level that I appreciate. It experiments a little bit, it has a bit of fun with the concept at its core, but it doesn't muddy it up by trying to turn it into too long of a level. Would I have liked a longer level here? Probably, but it was a nice challenge, it was really fun to play through, and it's very unique. It's another memorable level that Doom 64 throws at you, and that's really the story of Doom 64 thus far. A lot of memorable levels where there's challenge, there's interesting puzzles, and there's creative use of the new mechanics that the game throws in. Hey, and welcome to map 20 of Doom 64. This is Breakdown. As you can see from the opening section here, things are going to be pretty messy for the first few moments here. We really need to get our hands on a shotgun as quickly as possible. Good thing there are some shotgunners dotted around. There's quite a few enemies who are going to be hurling stuff at us, so we want to make sure we take care of all the hit scanners as quickly as possible. Gonna head up top here, take out the imps with the chain gun. It's important not to get overwhelmed as you start this level. It's very easy to find yourself kind of a bit frustrated. This is a somewhat frustrating opening, and not just because of the enemies, but because of a mechanic we'll be talking about in a second. In order to progress here, we need to hit these switches. If you hit this one, it actually brings in some cacodemons. You need to hit the one on the other side. Once you hit the switch, the blue key card drops down, meaning that we can move into the next area. There is some ammo here, which I'm going to definitely be grabbing. We'll be wanting that as we head into the next section of this level. We won't be coming back to this area either, so it's a very interesting opening, very visually pleasing, a bit abstract though for my liking. The switch can be a bit frustrating to find on your first time through. The game gives us a super shotgun here. There's a bit of a nasty trap here when we drop down. As you can see, the walls give way to a bunch of Hell Knights and Nightmare Imps. It's best that we just get rid of those as quickly as possible. Hit the switch. Let us come back up here. There's also some armor here and some ammo in the wall here. The backpack in particular, very useful in this level. We're going to be wanting to make use of that. We can't go that way because we don't have the red keycard yet. Making use of the super shotgun here means that we can take out multiple enemies at once, but the chain gun I feel is the best way to deal with the shotgunners slash zombie men. There's also a rocket launcher behind us there, but don't want to pick that up right now because we'll switch to it and it's a bit too close quarters for my liking. Maybe we'll use that later in the level. A lot of spectres hidden around this corner here. And a Baron of Hell. He was just chilling out by that door. Again, another nasty little trap here. When we drop down into that pit there, a bunch of pinkies and spectres are going to come out of the walls at us. And not just a few, quite a lot. So make sure you're stocked up on ammo before you dive into that. Trust me, I've fallen for this one many times when playing through Doom 64. You can sort of skulk around the room and help yourself to the ammo if you really want to. But as you can see, we go up and it's pinky time. Ideally you'd have the chainsaw here if you're bringing all the weapons through from previous levels. The chainsaw's particularly good at taking out pinkies in mass. One thing though is this level is very generous with the ammo, so don't feel too concerned about holding back. Just make sure you get rid of the pinkies before they cause way too much damage. With the red key in tow, we can't go that way. That leads us towards the exit. The red door is where we saw previously. Do want to make sure we grab the shotgun ammo. There is a secret area here. If you're playing on the top difficulty, it's a Baron of Hell around the corner there. Otherwise, it'll be a Hell Knight on the lower difficulties. Doesn't seem very happy to see us. We don't really need that supercharge right now. I'm going to hold off just in case we need it later on. Hitting that switch lowers this wall here. Chain gun in the Baron to death here. How very knee deep in the dead of me. It leads to this outdoor area. Now, this outdoor area is a bit confusing. You basically have to go around, hit a bunch of switches, and that lowers various doors and walls that will allow you to progress further on. Not the biggest fan of it, I have to say. It's a bit of an abstract one. I do like that there are some really nice collectibles around here though, like the Megasphere and the Plasma Rifle, but honestly, I think it's a bit difficult to work this one out, especially for first time players. There's a Baron just teetering around that corner there. Excellent. There's another Baron inside there. They never seem happy to see us, do they? You'd think after all we've been through in these games, they'd be a bit more happy to see us. As you can see, this is one of those switches we were talking about earlier. It does lower the cell ammo, although we're not really going to be able to make too much use of that on this level. You want to be hitting that switch there. Just seeing if you can actually shoot that switch. You never know in Doom 64. You can see the switch that we did hit lowered the gate here, so we can enter this part of the level. So what does that do? I know it does something around here because I can hear the lift that it does. I think it's in there. I don't think we can get in there right now. We'll have to come back later on, I think, and get it then. We go inside here. There's another switch. And that has opened this up. Rocket launcher would have been a bit overkill there, I think. So you can see that's a solid wall. If we head around here, it leads us to the yellow key. Also spawns in some lost souls, although not as many as you would have hoped on the high difficulty. Doom 64 has been pretty ruthless with the lost souls so far, so you know that isn't really much of a challenge at this point. If you want to grab the Megasphere, this is how you do it. Just gonna check it's not this way. There you go. Brings down that wall there. I think there's a BFG inside of there. There is. If we weren't right near the end of the level, this would be absolutely wonderful, but you know, it's always nice to find yourself a BFG. I think if we hit that, the plasma rifle comes down. It does. So you can get pretty well stocked up on this level. There's lots of ammo, lots of weapons. It's a bit cryptic at points. I think that's what kind of pulls this level back from being great, in my opinion. Some of the waypoints forward are a bit too cryptic, in my opinion. But as we head inside here, I wonder what's going to be down here. Just a bunch of imps. Well, we may as well make use of that BFG. Took out all the imps, and that's pretty much the level done. Like I said, I think this is a good level. I don't think it's a great level, though. At least compared to some of the levels we've been playing previously in Doom 64. This kind of feels like a small step back, in my opinion. Not sure why, I just think that some of the decisions made, some of the puzzles are not as fun to play around with. And a lot of narrow corridors and a lot of spaces that feel kind of claustrophobic, which can be good, but there isn't really much of a variation in this level. So this one for me, not as high as some of the previous levels we've been talking about. Hey, and welcome to map 21 of Doom 64. This is Pitfalls. We start in this room with all these zombie men and shotgunners facing away from us. The only way we're getting a shotgun at the start of the level here is by taking these guys out. Once we've disposed of the enemies, we can go into several doors here. Going into the right one will bring a yellow keycard into the centre of the room on that pillar there. It's also a good chance for us to stock up on ammo. Grab the yellow skull key there. By trying to go through the yellow door there, you can see we've brought in the Hell Knights. Plenty of space to avoid being hit here. If we go into this door here, there is another Hell Knight, but there's also a super shotgun behind him, which will be incredibly useful for us. As we head down this way, a bunch of Cacodemons will wake up because this is a giant cavernous area, They will chase us through here if we don't get rid of them, so it's a good idea to just grab the chain gun here and take aim as quickly as you can. To this side, there's a big sort of cave system that we need to navigate. There's also a bunch of enemies dotted around here. There's a Baron of Hell in that cliff there, but we will come back for that later on in the level. Gonna use this opportunity to take out as many of the enemies as I can. I don't really have the firepower to deal with that Arachnotron right now. I don't really want to waste too much ammo. Let's grab that radiation shield there. We need to head over here. When you hit that switch, it raises up all the floors in that cave area, so it means we can get to the next area. As you can hear, some Cacodemons have just appeared. If you head out this way, there's actually a secret up that lift there. There's a rocket launcher and some cell ammo, which will be very useful for us as we move through this level. One thing we really need to be aware of in this level is that we are kind of going to be running up against low ammo at some point. You really do need to be going for the secrets in this one if you're pistol starting, because the level can be pretty stingy with ammo, especially in the second half. Rude to shoot me in the back like that. Grab that health. So you clear that gap there. There's a Hell Knight here. This is a good indicator that you need to be heading in this direction. There's nothing there. Grab the shotgun shells. There is a Baron over there, but we can get that later on. As we make our way through this area, there's a bunch of enemies that we can get rid of. It's a good idea to do this because there are some Barons of Hell and Hell Knights who will become a big problem in this area later on. There's a backpack hidden there. Luckily, a lot of these enemies will chase us through once we've woken them up. So there is a secret here. Let's see if I can find it. You can see it's got red eyes. And that brings down that wall there. We've got ourselves a mega armor. That'll be very useful. You can also see that these walls have opened up here, giving us some rockets. That's the exit in there, but we can't get in there until we've hit the red switch, which is actually back near the start of the level, but the red keycard we won't be touching for a while. There's a Baron there. The switch behind him is shootable. And you can see we almost wandered onto it there. If we go up here, there's actually a plasma rifle. We'll not say no to that. I know there's a secret around... Ah, there we go. If you come inside here, there's some rockets and some health. That may become useful later on. Best thing to do with the Hell Knight is just use the double barrel shotgun. We need to get over there where that enemy is, but in order to do that we have to hit a switch in that other room. We'll quickly get rid of this Hell Knight while we're in the area. When we hit this switch, there's going to be a wall that comes down here. There'll be another Hell Knight inside, but it also raises a platform in the other room. Making sure there's no enemies that we've missed out on here. Because things are going to get very messy in the back end of this level here. This area is going to become flooded with Barons of Hell. You can also see a Cacodemon's appeared, but not really much of a threat when we've got a double barrel shotgun to point in his face. See, that's a Baron of Hell there. This room here is pretty nasty. We're going to be making good use of the rockets that we can see dotted around. Once we pass the line dev at the end here, you'll see why this room is pretty nasty. 3 Barons have spawned there, 2 spawned at the bottom of the room. We want to try getting rid of these as quickly as possible, because there's not just these guys, more have spawned into the level as well, and we'll have to deal with every single one of them. There are these secret compartments at the side of this room. This one actually leads you up top, so it's not really a secret, but you do need to come in here. You can see there's some cell ammo, which we'll definitely be grabbing. I am saving the cell ammo specifically for the end of the level. We've got the blue skull key here. And as you can see, more Barons have spawned into this area. This is why I spent a bit of time just cleaning up and making sure there wasn't anything else here for me to concern myself with. If you don't clear all the Barons out from where the blue key card was, you can get sandwiched here very easily. That's one of the big traps of this level. There's not really that much room to navigate, and it's very easy to kind of find yourself trapped if you're not paying attention. When you hit that switch, it actually does things on the other side of the level. So you've kind of got to pay attention to the sound cue there of the wall dropping. Because it's not immediately apparent what's just happened. Because you can see the switch has disappeared, but other than that, you wouldn't really know what you're doing here. That definitely hasn't dropped. I don't think there's anything else I can do here right now. As you can see, more Barons have spawned into the level, and trust me, it's not the last one we'll be facing. And over here. That Ratnatron really doesn't like me. We want to be heading to the back side of this room over here. Have I got lost here? Am I double backing on myself the wrong way? Yes, we're supposed to be going this way. So as we head up this sort of cave here, we're going to come up against some enemies, but we're also going to see this wall come down in front of us here. That's got a soul sphere in it, which obviously we really, really want to get. You can also see we're now right underneath that Ratnatron that's been causing us a bit of hassle in this level. There's also some Hell Knights on the far side of the level over there. That was not my smartest moment. We'll make our way around the outside of this area here. There are a bunch of Hell Knights that we'll be bumping into in a second. It's the same ones that we saw earlier on. Take shots on each, so I'm going to make use of the plasma rifle here. I'm not such a fan of the plasma rifle in this game. I don't like how slow it fires. It doesn't have that same oomph as the PC version. Let me know in the comments what you think of the plasma rifle in Doom 64. When you hit that switch, we can grab the red skull keycard. A few enemies will spawn in. The most imminent threats are these Caco demons. You can see that armor down there. But again, I'm not really too fussed about that. Oh, lovely. Another Baron up top there. So the red door is here. We need to hit this to raise that red blockade that we saw on the other side of the level. One thing I will say about this level, it does fall into that Doom trope of hitting a switch and then not being immediately aware of what that switch does. This level kind of expects you to go running around to find the answers. And for some players that may be a bit daunting. I know as a young kid it certainly was to me, because I get lost on this level pretty frequently. Because we've done all the good stuff though, we now have access to the end of the level. And because I've been good and saved up my cell ammo, we can use them as target practice. There is a Baron of Hell around the corner here, and there are some ammo boxes there in case you really need them. I will say, if you don't go for the secrets in this level and you're pistol starting, you're going to be in for a nasty old time, because this level can be pretty mean with the ammo count. We didn't go for that Baron in the cave system. So there's a Baron I kept pointing out earlier on. We didn't go back for it, but I'm not going to go back for it because honestly it's not even worth it. I think he was just guarding like a single rocket or something like that. I don't mind Pitfalls. I do like some of the aspects of it. I love the fact that it's such an expansive level. It tries a lot of things. The cave system I really like because it feels quite unique in Doom 64, the way that it's implemented. I don't like the way that some of the switch puzzles work because it's not really signposted what things are happening when you hit certain switches. You kind of have to keep rechecking and going back and making sure that you've not missed something that's changed. And that can be good in smaller levels, but in bigger levels like this, it can lead to a lot of backtracking and confused hunting, especially when there's so much pain flow in that first area. But like I said, Pitfalls is a strong level in my opinion, looks really nice, it's quite fun to play through, and it's definitely not among the weaker levels in Doom 64 because it's got a very distinctive personality. Hey, and welcome to map 22 of Doom 64. This is Burnt Offerings. The start here dictates that we need to get out of the way of that Arachnotron. It's actually standing on top of a super shotgun, which we really want, but in order to get, we're going to need to solve a little puzzle. Did not mean to get shot in the face there. So you can see the super shotgun there. You actually need to go around the lip of this canyon here. There's an armor bonus there, and that wall will drop down. Grab the shotgun shells from there. It was probably a bit silly of me to try and fight them in the middle there. As we wander around the outside here, there's a bunch of ammo and health in the wall, which we're definitely going to be grabbing. That's not come up. Oh, I need to hit that switch there. Forgot about the switch on the backside there. Don't make the same mistake I just did. Hit that switch and the staircase will rise, and you can grab yourself a super shotgun. One thing this level really loves is Arachnotrons, and as we enter this central courtyard here, you're going to see a lot of them start to spawn in. I'm going to run back here just to sort of funnel them into one area because there's a bunch of pinkies as well that we need to deal with. I don't really want to waste my ammo on the pinkies too much here, especially when we've got the awesome chainsaw to carry the load there. We don't really get to make use of this in Doom 64 runs just because the chainsaw isn't super common to pick up. It's not in a lot of the levels, so we don't actually get to make use of it. There's this Arachnotron in the center here that we can dispatch of pretty easily. We can't go through the red door yet, that's actually where the exit is. You can see picking up those shotgun shells brought more enemies into the level. More chance to use my chainsaw here. Doing some cleanup before we head into the next part of the level. There is a berserk pack here. Although it's kind of useless when you've got the chainsaw. Going to wake up all the pinkies and spectres here and draw them outside. Now you can run into my blades of fury. There we go. There's an imp over there that's been shooting fireballs at me. Let's end his Rain of Fury. We need to go inside there to grab the yellow key card, but we can't do that right this second. Get rid of the imp there. We can't grab the Megasphere until we get to the other side where that imp was, so for now we're just going to head in this direction. There's a secret backpack here. We also want to be careful because there's a Hell Knight here. Oh, okay. I didn't actually know the roof came down there like that. That's interesting to know. This is where that imp was. We need the blue key card to get into the next part of the level, so the way that we get that is by hitting this switch here. This will transform this room slightly. A bunch of Hell Knights will spawn in the center area here. The best thing to do is to take these out quickly, because when you're going for the blue key card in a second, you don't want to get trapped or have these guys ambush you. That's no good. In the face. So when you hit that switch, it opens the wall here, and hitting the second switch allows the blue key card to drop down. Make sure you hit them in sequence, because you won't be able to get the blue key card otherwise. When you head in this direction, you end up seeing a bunch of Caco demons. The super shotgun is more than capable of taking these guys out. This level's a lot more difficult if you don't have the super shotgun from the start of a level, so it is definitely worth going out of your way to grab that. There's also a secret over here with that statue. You have to shoot it, and it replaces itself with a supercharge. It does count as a secret, so it is worth doing if you're going for 100%. There's a secret in the wall here. This will actually take us to the Megasphere there. I'm going to grab this just in case. This next area can be a bit of a mess if you don't know what you're doing. I just want to see if I can find that chain gun. There is supposed to be a chain gun on this level, and I'm supposed to already have it, but I'm not quite sure where it is. I think I've been missing it. It's not essential, but it would be nice to have at this moment. As with most things in Doom 64, if the room looks nasty, it's probably going to be a nasty trap. When we grab that rocket launcher in the center there, we're going to get trapped in a little pit, and we're going to be exposed to a lot of damage. It is possible to miss that, and it is possible to get out of taking the damage here, but unfortunately I wasn't able to do it that time. Luckily we didn't take that much damage. You need to hit these switches in order to open up the next part of the level. There is actually a secret wall here with a mega armor behind it in case you need it, and there's a wall here that brings you back around to this area. Just gonna have one more look for this chain gun. I know people watching this are probably screaming at me where it is. I'll figure it out. This room is pretty nasty if you're running low on ammo. There's a bunch of cacodemons and there's some arachnotrons that'll appear once we go down the other end of the room. Luckily I've been saving the rocket ammos for a rainy day, and right now it's pouring, so let's make use of it. There is a plasma rifle here as well, but as I mentioned in previous videos, I'm not the biggest fan of this version of the plasma rifle. I do think it is an inferior version of the weapon. Luckily for us, the level is very generous when it comes to handing out rockets. The rocket launcher is very reliable on this level, in particular with the huge number of arachnotrons that are floating around on it. Oh, there's the chain gun. I thought it was a bit further in the level, so that's why I've been missing it. We've got the yellow key card anyway, so we can use this in the next room. There's a little passageway here with some shotgunners slash zombie men on the outside of the room. There's two arachnotrons here on the top difficulty, so just be careful you don't take too much damage. This next room is pretty unique in the sense that there's a lot of changing that goes on, and it can happen quite dramatically, as you can see there. We want to get out of this central area as quick as possible though, because this roof is going to start coming down to crush us. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of Hell Knights here. Now, if they really wanted to be nasty, they could have thrown in some Barons here, so I'm kind of glad they showed a bit of restraint. There are rockets dotted around each of these little struts that head out here, so if you do need ammo, that's how you can get it. I'm not sure if there's a secret in this area. It kind of feels like there should be a secret here. I don't think there is. I can't remember if I've got all the secrets on this run. Sometimes when I'm doing these levels... Oh, we need to hit the switch again. Sometimes when I'm doing these levels, I do kind of forget where some of these secrets are, and I do end up kind of having to hunt for them at the end of the level. There we go, we made it out. So there's a whole bunch of arachnotrons down there. I'm not going to face them from up on the balcony there, just because it makes me an easier target for all of them. I'm actually going to walk around the back of them, and because they've all kind of herded together there, it does make it a lot easier for me to strike them with a rocket launcher. As mentioned, this level is really a showcase for the arachnotron in Doom 64, because there's way more in this level than I think we've seen in any other level, and even at the end here it's throwing more arachnotrons at us. I do like this level. I think it's very well thought out, very well designed, looks great, that skybox pops, and there's a lot of intense encounters in this one. There's a lot of nasty traps as well to catch people out. It's a very Doom 64 level, this one, and when I say that I mean it in a very good way. I do like Burnt Offerings. It is a very fun outing, and as you can see, we've got all the kills. Did we get all the secrets? We did. I'm surprised about that. Hey, welcome to map 23 of Doom 64. This is Unholy Temple. We want to get past this arachnotron here. There's a super shotgun around this moat on the other side, and it'll make fighting the arachnotron a lot easier with the super shotgun. We're just going to dive in here. Super shotgun is right there. It's better to fight the arachnotron with the super shotgun. It just saves ammo, and also it does a bit more damage. We really don't want to be wasting too much ammo on this level. Note there's a door. we can't actually go inside here. We need all 3 keys on this level to activate that door. It's very unique, and it's one of the gimmicks that this level has going for it. See, we can't go in there. We have to go around to the other side. There's a teleporter on the far side of this moat, which we'll have to run into if we want to get out of here. You'll notice the sky is burning with a green flame. Very atmospheric, this one. Once we approach the teleporter, you can see we're going to be accosted by a bunch of spectres. Got to be careful as we make our way around here. We're going to get rockets fired at us from the wall behind us there every time we walk past. It's definitely worth remembering that because we can lose a lot of health. Just going to check where the Barons of Hell are. They're right there. If we shoot that switch there, we can grab the Unmaker here. Because we're doing pistol starts, we haven't got the runes from the previous levels, so we have to make do with the basic version of this weapon. Final Baron is here. When we kill this Baron, a switch is going to rise out of the floor in front of us. Here, we need to hit that in order to move to the next part of the level. You can see there as well above us, there's actually a sector over the rest of the sectors down below here. You don't really see that very often in the retail Doom games. It's very interesting that this level makes use of that. We can now head inside this very temple-like area. There's 2 Barons at the top of these lifts. It's a rocket launcher there. We can't go through there just yet. You need a yellow key to do that. This is a nasty little trap if you're not aware that it's coming. You can grab the Mega Armor, but as soon as you step outside here, there's a bunch of pinkies who will appear. I am trying to save the cell ammo for a bit later in the level. That green sky really does add like an intimidating sort of glow to this level. As mentioned, if you do have the upgraded Unmaker, because you've been to all the secret levels, this is going to be a lot easier for you to deal with. There's the blue keycard there. Again, here's another door that we will need all 3 keys to access. This level has a very unique sort of premise, and I think it's a very love it or hate it way of executing the puzzle. We'll talk about it as we kind of get there. With the Arachnotrons dealt with, we can grab all the ammo and health in there. The blue keycard will allow us to go into the blue door, which is not there, that's the red door. Blue door is around here somewhere. So there's a lost soul around the corner there. What you need to be really careful of is grabbing the red keycard makes the roof come down here. The red door's got a lot of enemies inside of it, and it's important to get rid of these shotgunners and zombie men as quickly as you can. As we try to approach the yellow keycard there, you can see that it actually ends up moving and a Baron will spawn. Do not try running towards the yellow keycard before getting rid of the Baron, otherwise you'll have to deal with 3 Barons in this space, and that is not recommended at all, let me tell you. Get rid of you. The final Baron appears here. You do actually need to defeat these 3 Barons to raise the steps to get up top there. Once you're up top, you can just run around and grab the yellow keycard there. There are some ammo boxes and some rockets around the far side here, so it is worth coming over here. We need to hit that switch there. You'll have noticed by now that there are various doors that require all 3 keycards, and that is kind of the central gimmick of this level. This is the only level in Doom 64, at least the base version of Doom 64, where you need all 3 keycards to open up various doors. But the thing is, you've got to activate the switches for those keycards in the right order, and the thing is, the game doesn't really tell you that. You get little clues. So when you go up to the doors that will open, it shows the keys in a certain order, and if you remember them, great, but otherwise it can get very confusing, this part of the level. So you can see in the middle here, there's actually a bunch of coloured switches. First things first, we'll grab the supercharge from up top here. So you have to go and get the order correct from the various doors. When you don't get it right, this happens. You get put into this weird little room with the Hell Knights here. And the only way that you can get another chance at doing this, you have to step out of the room and then back in. So we'll do red, blue, yellow. When you get it right, nothing happens. And that's how you know you've got it right. You have to do 3 different patterns. Yellow, red, and blue. And then blue, yellow, red. By doing all of that, we've now opened up all of the various doors that were kind of locked. You can see the keycard pattern. The problem I have with this level is that it's kind of cryptic. That it's not something that the game's taught you up to this point, and we've only got a handful of levels left. So introducing such a concept at this stage for me is a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. It seems very weak. You can see that what we're doing with these switches, we are opening up the exit. There is one more that we have to hit, and I'm just trying to remember where it is. It's down here. I do like the concept of needing all the keys to open certain doors, because it does mean that you have to tackle these levels in a constructive way, but I think that I'm not a fan of this in the sense that you can't actually approach all the keys in different sort of ways. It's kind of linear the way you have to approach it anyway, so it's a bit like, well, what's the point in having that as a thing? But we'll talk about that at the end of the level. You can see that this room has now transformed into this, so we're going to do a bit of platforming here once we've got rid of the Hell Knight here. You now need to run around here. There is a switch on this back one. Make sure to hit it. It also wakes up a bunch of Caco demons that we'll have to deal with. I think there's some more in here. Oh, there is. There's one behind me and he's trying to push me off this pillar, which I'm not a fan of. One of Doom 64's greatest strengths is the fact that the changes to the way that the engine works means that these rooms can transform and they can become multiple purpose rooms. So what seemed like a very boring room when we first came in here has transformed into this actual death trap. And I kind of wish that was something that was in the original Doom games, because I think that there's a lot of levels that would benefit from this kind of sort of thing. You can fall down here, so you don't need to worry so much about dying in a bottomless pit here. We actually need to run into the middle there. There we go. This brings us back out to the moat, and we are basically done with this level. Like I said, I think this is a very tightly designed level. I really do like it, but the core puzzle, I think it's a bit late in the game to be introducing something like that when there were plenty of other opportunities to do so earlier in the game. It would have been cool if this had been done in an earlier level, just to train the player for this kind of thing, but as it happens, it's quite opaque, and because this level's a bit difficult to navigate, sometimes players, I feel, might miss important things in this level. Again, not saying it's a bad level, but I do feel that this is one of those times where if you're going to introduce something new, you really should have done it a lot earlier, and you probably should have done it in a way where the player was able to come into this level, which is more complicated, knowing what they're actually looking for, because it can be very cryptic. But Unholy Temple, it's a fine level, but we're getting close to the end of this playthrough of Doom 64. Hey, and welcome to map 24 of Doom 64. This is No Escape. We need to hit this switch in the center of the room here. There are 4 different directions we can go in. They all lead to the same big room. This is a level where there isn't really an exit switch. We just have to kill the cyber demons. When we hit that wall there, the backpack there drops down. Gonna make sure we grab all the ammo in this room as well. This level is very ammo hungry, and we are going to want every bit of ammo we can get our hands on. Unfortunately, grabbing the super shotgun also brings these shotgunners into the room with us. Grab that stim pack there. You can see some of the imps from outside have started to wander in, but that's not really our biggest problem here. Our biggest problem is that outside there's going to be a cyber demon walking around. Yes, this is one of those levels where we're going to have a cyber demon basically chasing us throughout proceedings. And there's a whole bunch of meatbags here to sort of distract us. I want to get rid of as many of these imps as quickly as we can. There is a rocket launcher which I can grab there. I'm going to lower it now. If I can grab it now, I will. If I can't, I won't. There we go. This will make getting rid of the mancubus here just a bit easier. This level's more of an arena type level, so you basically are stuck in this central area. There are little offshoots you have to go into if you want to proceed further. As you can see though, the cyber demon will be pretty relentless in chasing us. It's important that we get rid of him at the right moment. I don't really want to risk taking too much damage from him. In order to progress through the level, we need to drop down here. When we head inside this teleporter, we come to this room here. We've already killed that mancubus there, but grabbing the armor reveals a bunch of lost souls. Very nasty. We don't really want to be at the mercy of these guys, so let's destroy them as quickly as we can. There is some health here. There's also some ammo at the back. All ammo is good ammo. One good thing here is that we can cheese this ever so slightly by coming up here and just shooting the cyber demon through this window. He can't hit us with his rockets, but we can definitely hit him with our super shotgun. We are playing this on the top difficulty, so all the enemies are slightly more aggressive. than they would be otherwise. Please go down. Excellent. As mentioned previously, in order to finish this level, we've got to kill all the cyber demons, and on the top difficulty, well, there's 2 more for us to kill. When we hit that switch there, it opens up a switch that will open these bars here and unleash these cyber demons on us. Before I do that, I am going to do some final cleaning up. When you kill the Mancubus there, you end up with a bunch more enemies spawning into the level. This is one of the reasons why I didn't kill that final Mancubus. It just was not worth it. With the cyber demon running around, I didn't want to be dealing with all of this and all of that. Now's just the time to run around, grab as much ammo and health as we can grab. There are 2 secrets that we need to make sure we grab before the cyber demons are unleashed. Doing a final sweep here, just to make sure we haven't forgotten anything. One of the secrets is in these sets of bars over there. We got to grab all these rockets. Definitely going to be useful. We'll be going in there in a second. The other secret is over here. There's actually actually no, it's over here. There's a shootable wall there. When you hit it, it opens up this little compartment here. This grants us the BFG 9000. We haven't really used this in our Doom 64 run here, and it's a shame, really, but ultimately I think that it's important to remember that this game has the Unmaker, and that's kind of the signature weapon of this game. So the BFG takes a small step back to that weapon. There are 3 pain elementals above this toxic pool here. I am trying to save as much BFG ammo for the cyber demons a bit later as possible. The main thing here is just to get rid of the pain elementals. The lost souls are annoying, but they're not quite as annoying as the pain elementals, which throw 2 lost souls out with every spit. There is a secret here filled with plasma and plasma rifle. When you grab the supercharge there, a bunch of Mancubus will spawn at the top here. Excellent. And if you're curious, if you drop down into this pool, there is a lift here that will shoot you back up, so you can at least get out of here. You're not forced to die in that toxic pool. I think that's all we can really do right now. I guess it's time for us to unleash the cyber demons. I won't cheese these last 2 cyber demons. I'll actually fight them properly and take them on head on, because you can do that trick again where you shoot them from on high. But as you can see, you can't even go back up there, so I kind of feel like the people that made this level knew what they were doing. The bars have been removed here. There's a bunch of ammo in here. If you can get in there, you've got to let them get out first. We're not doing too hot in the health department here. I'm just trying to make sure I don't get hit by any of the rockets from across the way. I feel like this is one of those times where the plasma rifle might actually be more useful. Obviously, if you've got the Unmaker and it's powered up, this is going to be nothing to you, but because we're doing this level by level and pistol starting, we don't quite have the Unmaker or its power-ups available to us. I do like this level just because I feel like it sort of has a very nice climb in terms of tension. You fight the original cyber demon, there's a bunch of enemies there to distract you. The arena that you fight him in is pretty interesting because he has to chase you around, and of course on the higher difficulty here 2 more cyber demons will emerge to make you fight them again, and I feel that this is a really fun place to fight the cyber demons. It's also not too difficult. Luckily there's plenty of hiding spots and there's plenty of places for the player to take refuge if things get a bit too difficult. And that's the Cyber Demon dealt with. And that's the end of this level as well. It's a fun little level. You can see I even got the achievement for doing it on the top difficulty there, which is pretty nice. It's a fun little level. It's actually quite a thrill ride on the higher difficulties. Is it as good as the final level? We'll have to see after the next video, but I definitely think this is a very memorable penultimate level, and I think it's one that really challenges the player and forces them to use all the skills they've brought together through the game, especially if you're pistol starting. Pistol starting this level is an absolute blast, but difficult. Hey, and welcome to the final level of Doom 64's main campaign. This is the Absolution. You know a Doom level is going to be fun when there's a whole bunch of weapons and ammo to start things off. We're going to make sure we're stocked up well and good for this one. We won't be coming back to this room once we head down into the centre part there. Once you cross the line dev, this whole section seals itself off. So we're going to grab this invulnerability and we're just going to get things going. If you've been collecting the demon keys up to this point, you can stop this onslaught immediately. Just run around and hit the switches. But if you've not, or if you're like me, you've been restarting at the beginning of each level, you're just going to have to take on the onslaught. At the start here, you want to make sure you're taking care of the pain elementals. They are in the initial wave, and if the lost souls get too much, they can become a real problem because they can chew into your very limited ammo in this arena. I do like this arena. I think it's very well designed as a final sort of challenge. The fact that the enemies are teleporting in and we kind of have to deal with these guys. They will just chase us endlessly. You can see I'm trying to put focus on getting rid of the pain elementals because I don't want the lost souls chasing me around the level. It's best to try and stay out of the mix of enemies. Just use your rocket launcher and the plasma rifle. If you've got the demon keys, this is definitely the level where you want to be pulling out the Unmaker. You can see I'm trying to put my focus on that pain elemental there. There's also a second one over here. I think this is the last pain elemental that we'll be seeing. Now we just have to clean up the lost souls and get rid of the enemies that are spawning in. It's also worth noting that there is a supercharge in the middle of this arena when the final boss emerges, and we're going to be seeing that final boss very, very soon. That final section there will not drop down until you've defeated every single enemy, so it's important that you stay on top of these guys. You can see we're not doing too well in the health department. Once we clear out this final mancubus, we will see the Mother Demon boss. It is a custom enemy that is the final boss of Doom 64. I love that it's a custom boss. Unfortunately, quite easy to defeat if you get in its face like that. As you can see, we did die there, but because we killed the Mother Brain boss, that's the end of Doom 64. Unfortunately, the Mother Brain boss, if you get very aggressive with her, even on the harder difficulties, it's very easy to get that boss fight over and done with. Do not let her sort of hang around because she does have homing missiles that will chase you around the arena and they will just pulverize you and pulverize you and pulverize you. At the end of this video, I'm actually going to put in some of the failed attempts just so you can kind of see what it's like when she's actually allowed to explore the arena. And obviously if you have the demon keys, that final level just becomes super, super easy. I actually think No Escape was a better final level in my opinion. I feel that it sort of achieved a lot more, and I think that in the Lost levels when they were put out there, that's one of the reasons why the final level of that feels a lot like a spiritual successor to No Escape and not Absolution. But it's not a terrible final level. We'll look at the monster crawl here just because, and that's really it for Doom 64. We can play through the Lost levels, which I probably will do at some point just to round out this run of levels that we've been doing. But ultimately, I feel that Doom 64 is one of my favourite Doom experiences, whether playing on the N64 console or whether playing it in the remasters on the modern consoles. I think it's still a great time. I know some people don't like it. I know some prominent Doom players definitely don't like this one, but for me personally, got a lot of positive memories attached to this one. I think it's got a great aesthetic, and I think it takes Doom in a very interesting direction. If nothing else, I'm just glad that they went back and they brought this off the Nintendo 64 so that modern gamers got to experience it. Let me know what you think of the Absolution. Did you like it? Did you hate it? And after this, I'll just show you the various failures in the final level. So as a little extra treat in the end of this video, I figured that we would take a quick look at what happens if you let the mother boss here sort of get out of her center part. And you can see that when she gets out of that center area, she has various attacks, ones that shoot in like diagonals out from her, but you also get these homing missiles. They will chase you aggressively around the level, and they are not nice to deal with, let me tell you. It actually kind of makes me glad that the Revenants weren't put into this version of Doom, because my, those would be absolutely nightmarish to deal with. Hey, and welcome to the first of Doom 64's fun levels. This is Cat and Mouse. In this level, the objective is simple: destroy the Cyber Demon. The Cyber Demon is going to chase us around these narrow corridors here. There are areas where it can teleport around the map. It's going to sneak up on us, and there's a bunch of nightmare imps dotted around. Ooh, don't want to run into him there. That we really don't want to be sort of chipping away at our health. So the first thing I'm going to do in this level is to get rid of as many of these nightmare imps as possible. So, oh my gosh, okay, that nearly went very wrong there. If you're wondering what these levels are, once you've completed Doom 64's main campaign, there are a few levels that come available to the player, which are basically just fun levels. It takes some of the concepts of Doom and puts them into fun little maps. It's a nice little end of game content rush. None of these levels are too deep, but today we're going to be looking at several of them. Grab these rockets. This first level really kind of takes the idea of the Cyber Demon chasing you around a level. You can see that he teleported, and it basically throws us into this very claustrophobic area, and it demands that we destroy the Cyber Demon. And we only have access to the rocket launcher in order to achieve this, so it's actually pretty nasty. I would prefer the Cyber Demon to be over there. I actually prefer fighting it in that area, because it's probably the largest area you can fight it in. I don't really like fighting it here because the splash damage behind me from the wall will chip away at my health. But I am going to try and pound my way through this giggity. Once you get rid of the nightmare imps, this level gets a lot easier, just because the imps are just there to serve as a distraction while you're trying to take out the Cyber Demon. Gonna grab that last box of rockets. Not sure if we're gonna find any more rockets on this level. This is not good. It's not good. Where is he? The thing with this Cyber Demon is sometimes he just sneaks up on you when you're turning around the corners. I really don't like losing track of him. It is quite terrifying. Oh, there he is. No, we're not gonna... I was thinking about punching him there, but we're not going to do that. Luckily, he's gone down, and that is Cat and Mouse done. The objective in that one is pretty simple. Stay away from his rockets and get rid of the imps as quickly as you can. If you play around too much with him, it's going to be a tough time, especially with some of the way he teleports around. I do like Cat and Mouse. It's a very fun little novelty level, and I think it's probably my favourite out of all of these fun Doom 64 levels. The next one is called Hardcore, and this sees us fighting a bunch of enemies wave after wave. It starts out with these Mancubus, and in order to trigger the next wave we actually have to pick up this Megasphere over here. So I'm going to do that. The reason I'm doing this is because if we try to do battle with these Mancubus and then bring the Arachnotrons in, we're going to have to run through a lot of ammo. There just isn't enough ammo on this level to deal with everything in a speedy fashion. Whereas here now we've got a bit of infighting going on, and also the splash damage means that I'm more than likely going to take at least more than one enemy out with rocket strikes, which is what I want. We basically want as much ammo for the end of this level as possible. You can see the Mancubus are teleporting in around me. It's important as well you don't get overwhelmed, just because all these enemies are pretty nasty, especially on the top difficulty here. The damage they can do is pretty nasty. Oh gosh, okay, I forgot about that. So when you kill all the Arachnotrons, the Cyber Demon spawns in, and obviously we, you know, don't really want to be dealing with the Cyber Demon too much right now, especially when there's other enemies around this level. Luckily, when the Cyber Demon spawns in, you do get the Super Shotgun, but really you don't want to be fighting the Cyber Demon with a Super Shotgun, because that means you have to get right in his face. And oh my gosh, the Cyber Demon's teleported in behind us there. Just going to quickly run around here to make sure there's no ammo that I've missed. If you try to take it on wave by wave, things get very hectic, I find. I find this level is best served... Who's he shooting at there? I find this level is best served when you are forcing the enemies to infight and you're kind of making good use of the rockets, because it's very easy to run out of the good ammo before you get to this Cyber Demon, and I really don't want to be fighting that thing with a Super Shotgun in this kind of area. You'll notice a lot of these fun levels end up having a lot of... Oh gosh. Okay, where's he gone? They have a lot of Cyber Demons in them. Okay, where is he? Let's be having you. There he is. This is probably the best place to fight him. There's a lot of gap between me and him, and if he's shooting rockets up at me, I have plenty of chance to avoid what's coming. We got lucky there. All of the Mancubus and Arachnotrons started infighting with each other, and once they start infighting with each other, it means they're doing a lot of the work on hardcore for you. But it can get incredibly chaotic, so do not recommend taking your time on that one. Just get right in there, grab the plasma rifle and the rockets, and just go to town as quickly as you can. That Cyber Demon can be a right pain in the backside. So the final level we'll look at in this video is Playground. So Playground is very atmospheric, and it also kind of does an interesting thing. It basically exposes the invisibility sphere as a bit of a nasty item, because as soon as we grab one of these Arachnotrons are going to start shooting everywhere. Now the thing is, you need to grab an invulnerability sphere in order to grab all the ammo and the rockets. So it's pretty nasty that they make you do this, because now the Arachnotrons are basically just shooting wildly into the middle here, which makes this a lot more annoying. Once you get rid of the initial wave of Arachnotrons though, you can grab this Megasphere, and the level transforms into another Cyber Demon fight. Yes, we're seeing quite a lot of the Cyber Demon. Oh my goodness. So because we're invisible here, he's just wildly shooting around, and me picking up those invisibilities was probably not the best idea there. I do love how this level sort of turns things into a more silhouette-based aesthetic. I just kind of love the visual of the Arachnotrons and the Cyber Demon in this very dusty and very sort of mysterious space. It's a very unique layout for a level, and I do like it. It's very simple, but it does get the job done. I'm not a fan of this Cyber Demon just wildly shooting into the blue yonder. It kind of makes anticipating where some of his rockets are going to go a bit more tricky. Right, so he's dead. Oh, okay, I see. So I will be honest, I haven't actually played this one myself, so this is actually the first time I'm playing through this. Didn't expect there to be anything after the Cyber Demon there. I'm guessing they've done this to sort of surprise the player, because obviously when you beat the Cyber Demon you kind of expect that to be the end of the level. But no, on this level it's actually Mancubus that come afterwards. But they're nothing. We've got a bunch of rockets here. And that's the end of, well, Playground. These were really fun little levels. There's nothing too much to say about them because ultimately they're just here for a bit of fun. I am going to be covering the rest of the fun levels in a second part to this video, but I do love the concept of these fun levels, and I really wish there was more kind of levels like this in other retail Doom releases. Hey, welcome to Hectic, one of Doom 64's strangest levels. If you don't want to do anything in this level, you can actually escape straight through that exit. There's a whole bunch of goodies around this room, which you can see here, but going for any of these will lead you into a nasty trap. Try grabbing the supercharge here, and the roof is going to very slowly come towards us and crush us. Hectic is very much a troll level, and it's here more of as a statement of intent than anything else, I feel. It's not a particularly great level to play through, but it is the developers having a bit of fun at the player's expense, and that's not the only trap you'll be facing on this level. Try going for the blue armor here. ThatNukemGuy will be eviscerated on the spot, and you'll be made to restart the level again. And if you're looking at that green armor over there going, well, that might actually be worth a quick look, let me tell you, it's not worth it. So what are you meant to do with these items? Well, most people will ignore them, but you can actually grab them if you know what you're doing. The green armor, you just need to come around the side and grab it there. Do not grab the supercharge just yet. Instead, grab the keycard there and grab the rocket launcher here. Once you've dealt with the arachnotrons down here, make sure you line yourself up under the light, because the roof does drop. This is very much a troll level. Be careful about that. It's a very nasty little room, that one. Do not grab the supercharge yet either, unless you don't want to fight the Hell Knights in here. When you grab the blue keycard here, you can see that the sides of the room open up, and some Hell Knights will start attacking us. You've got to be careful here, because if you drop down into the lava, you will die. Once you've grabbed the blue keycard though, feel free to grab the supercharge. Basically, just make sure that you don't go too far past the supercharge, and you literally stand as close to it as you can. If you do that, you are able to actually escape the trap as it drops you down, and you are able to survive. So it is very much worth learning how to do that if you want to grab that supercharge. It is worth noting, if you do that before entering the Arachnotron area or the Hell Knight area, it actually breaks the traps and they don't activate. At least when I tried it beforehand. This room here has the flying needles. We just want to grab the keycard there from the edge of the room, and then we just want to get out of here. With all three keycards, we can actually exit through the, well, I mean, I guess you can call it the second exit if you want. There really isn't a difference between the two exits though. And that's pretty much Hectic. It's a very strange little level. It's not a particularly great level either. It's definitely a level where the developers were laying the hair down and just having a bit of fun at the player's expense. Personally speaking, I don't really think it's worth coming to this level. You come here from Processing Area, which is the first level of Doom 64, and it's a really nice way of getting here because you have to destroy all the barrels on that level and then rush to the door to get here. But I honestly think this is a bit of a letdown, especially for the hard work it takes to actually get to this level. I feel like it would have been nicer to see something a bit more fitting of the position. And honestly, if you've never come to Hectic, it's really not that interesting. You can skip straight here when you finish the game once anyway. So in my opinion, it's definitely not worth the venture. And also probably easily the weakest level in Doom 64's lineup. But we're not completely done yet. There is one more fun level for us to take a glance at. This level's called Panic, and you can't actually play this in the N64 version. You do actually need to be playing the remaster of this game on modern consoles. Basically, there's a whole bunch of arachnotrons on the inside of this level, and if you step on the outside into this area here, while there's a bunch of goodies here, you can also see we're being targeted by all of these rockets. it makes standing outside a real hazard, and it's really not worth it. I recommend sort of moving around as quickly as possible, taking care of the arachnotrons as best you can. Luckily, there are 2 megaspheres on this level, so you do have some leeway when it comes to health. You can see the rockets are following me pretty aggressively. Just be wary of the enemies teleporting around on the inside here. It's very easy to lose track of the arachnotrons and the cyber demons who are going to spawn in with us. Yes, I said cyber demons. There are going to be 2 cyber demons that spawn in here with us. It's important that you don't let them get too many shots in on you, because obviously cyber demons are not good for your long-term health. You also need to make sure you keep track of where they are. In this level, it's very easy to lose track of them because of how misty and how sort of dark the horizon is. The cyber demons can disappear into the distance and out of view if you're not careful. I am playing on the top difficulty here as well, so the cyber demons are a touch more aggressive. Okay, that's the first one down. Now we just need to get rid of this second one. I'm not doing too well on the health front here. As long as we stay out of his direct line of fire, I don't think he can really do much to us here. Loving the architecture in this level again. This would make for an excellent deathmatch arena, in my opinion. It is a shame that Doom 64 doesn't have any kind of multiplayer officially baked into these remasters, or even on the N64 itself. There's definitely an argument to be made that some of these levels would be really fun to play with friends in. As you can see, the Cyber Demon is teleporting around, and did we kill him? We did. Excellent. And that is Panic. It's fun. It's about as fun as the other fun levels, so if you like the other fun levels, you'll like this one. If you don't like the other fun levels, probably not going to enjoy this one. Hey, and welcome to the first of Doom 64's Lost Levels. This is Plantops. This is a new 6-level episode that was released alongside Doom 64's re-release on modern platforms. It contains 6 levels, and they're of varying quality, which we'll talk about as we make our way through the levels here. As we make our way into the teleporter, there are some imps in this room that we need to make sure we take care of. We can't really hit those guys from over here. We'll have to get close up to do that. Whole bunch of shotgunners around here. Behind this armor bonus there is actually a secret wall with smaller armor bonuses. You can see that lets us look back into the opening area. There are some enemies behind this gate. There's also an imp there. When we hit that switch, these little pockets drop down, and there are some ammo boxes there for us to grab, and a rocket. See if there's anything else that dropped down in here. Go down this elevator here. There are some lost souls here. We are playing on the top difficulty, so we need to be a bit careful with the lost souls. Very interesting looking area, that one. Here we can see there's a bunch of nightmare imps. Obviously not here because we've dropped down the elevator. And there's also a lost soul there. It's worth our time to eliminate these enemies because we will be passing through that area soon. Hit that switch there. And this teleporter brings us back here. You can see the bars have now raised. Be careful because there are some nightmare imps that spawn behind you there. There's a berserk pack over here, which it's pretty easy to miss because if you're not really looking for that, you will probably walk right past it, so just be careful. There is a chain gun in the center of this room. I know there's a secret in one of these rooms, I'm just checking where it is. Eliminating these enemies here means we don't have to fight them later on. May as well grab the chain gun now. The Hell Knight here has come through the door. You can see this is the area where we were shooting all those imps earlier on. As we make our way around here, there's a red door in front of us there, but we can't actually go inside there this second. Instead, we need to grab the red key that's right next to it here. Heading back to the red door there introduces all of these cacodemons. We don't really want these guys floating around. You'll have already noticed if you've seen the Doom 64 original first level, this is a much bigger level in terms of scale and scope. This is definitely one for the players who've already been making their journeys through Doom 64, because this level does throw quite a lot at the player for an opening level. Super shotgun would have been nice here, but we'll deal with this guy with the single barrel. I'm going to run out of ammo here. Never a situation you really want to be in. We do have that berserk pack though, which should make things a bit easier. First things first, hit that switch, then let's deal with these guys. The rolling floor slash crusher hazard there, not too difficult to get past, just make sure you don't hang around too long on it, otherwise you will get crushed by that ceiling. See if there's any ammo that I've left behind. We can now go inside here. A bunch of low level enemies have spawned around the starting area. We are effectively heading around the area that we started in here. Picking up the blue key brings all these enemies into play. There's nothing here that we can't really handle though. We now head in this direction. There's a rocket launcher there. Won't be picking that up just yet, but we'll be clearing this room full of enemies. This is where the secret is. It's behind this light here. Pretty useless secrets, I'm going to be honest. 9 armor bonuses really isn't helpful to me. We do get all that shotgun ammo though from the enemies we took out earlier. May as well make use of that berserk pack. You can see the yellow key there in the center. It's not too difficult to get that to drop down. Get rid of our annoying friend here. grab all the rockets. I know there's a secret around here somewhere. Gonna see if I can trigger it. Let's see if I can find this secret before we... Let's grab the yellow keycard and then let's find the secret. Is it in the... Yeah, there it is. I knew there was a secret in here somewhere, but couldn't remember exactly where it was. There's actually a secret within a secret there as well. With the yellow key in hand and with the supercharge acquired, let's pick up this rocket launcher. Well, that was slightly disappointing. I was expecting a lot more from that encounter. One thing I really like in this level is that there's a lot of opportunities for you to look back into previous areas that you've explored, and also to look forward, and if you have the extra ammo, to take out enemies in the next part of the level. I think that's a really interesting design, and I do like it when levels incorporate that, especially these big ones like this, because it means that you can crowd control long before you really need to. May as well make use of this rocket launcher. There's a box of rockets there. So when we hit this switch, a small trap is going to open up here for us. I'm not sure if this is on a time limit or if we actually have to get rid of all these cacodemons. Doesn't really matter either way because we're going to get rid of them regardless. You do have plenty of space here to run around. Oh, the stairs go up themselves on the timer, that's cool. But you also have to be careful of that toxic floor there, which is going to sap away your health pretty ruthlessly if you're not careful. Lots of rocket ammo there, which I'm not probably going to be making use of. Oh, hello guys. Super shotgun yet. Probably at a good time as well for these guys to show up. I do like that in the middle of this level there was a bit of an ammo scarcity, so it felt kind of like we were scavenging a bit for ammo, which I do kind of appreciate, but by the end of the level here we've got more than enough to deal with the enemies that are left over. Oh, the exit's right there. And you can see that these nightmare imps have spawned into the spaces that we cleared out earlier. Let's do a quick check to make sure we've killed all of them. Overall, I like this level. I think it's a very strong starting level for Doom 64. It doesn't feel unfaithful to the original Doom 64 levels, but it does have a certain complexity that feels more like a PC level that you would expect to play in the normal Doom. I kind of like that marriage of scale and size and Doom 64's aesthetics being put on top of that. Plant Ops is a really fun opening level. It can be a bit awkward to keep track of because there's so many teleporters, but at the end of the day I think it's fun and it really raises the stakes for what this Lost episode is going to be. Hey, and welcome to the second level of Doom 64's Lost Levels. This is Evil Sacrifice. First thing to do here is get rid of the imps. There's some enemies behind this barrier. We'll be dropping this in a second, but we may as well get rid of these enemies just because we don't want them chipping away at our health too much. Hit that switch there. You can see the armor there, which we can't reach yet. Let's grab this chain gun quickly. We need to grab the super shotgun there, and then it lowers the rock face there to allow us to grab that armor. That will be very useful as we make our way through this level. There's a Hell Knight here. As we hit that switch, the floor lowers and we are put in front of these imps. They're not too difficult, especially with the chain gun that we just picked up. There is some nice ammo in here, this shotgun shell box. Best thing to do is to grab it. We'll be taking down these Hell Knights here. Grab the rocket boxes. You can see there's an imp down there that woke up as we went up to the window there, so we're just going to kill it. As we head outside here, a bunch of enemies have spawned. They can be a bit tricky to deal with if they are allowed to get behind you. The best thing to do is to stay on one side of the room and let the enemies come to you. Don't get enticed into a firefight where you get stuck between them all, because they will take you out if they get the chance. There's two imps to the left hand side here. It's best to get rid of them. Also a bunch of nightmare imps at the bottom of this room. You can see inside that caged wall. Running over here though activates all of these imps here. There is a door there, but we can't go in there just this second. We'll be careful because that lost soul was right on me there. I was kind of hoping they would infight a bit more there, but the Baron has taken great interest in me, so I may as well get rid of it. Depending on which switch you hit here, you can grab either the Soul Sphere or the Plasma Rifle. Personally speaking, I think the Plasma Rifle is much more useful to us in this level. It does, however, spawn these enemies in this room, so you do need to take care of those. Don't want to waste too much ammo with the super shotgun. There is an interesting little secret here. There's a switch behind that window there that you need to hit in order to activate a secret area behind us here. It's pretty much pot luck if you're going to be able to hit it. The best weapon to use is the chain gun because it does hit multiple times. There you go. When you come inside here, it gives us a mega armor as well as 2 energy cell packs, which is very nice indeed. You can see the yellow key there just in the center of the room. Again, this is another room where as long as you don't let the enemies swarm around you, you should be pretty good to go. Once we hit that switch, a Pain Elemental will appear, but there's also some lost souls on the far side of the room there. They're just there to catch you out if you're paying too much attention to the Pain Elemental. Grab that stim pack. There is a berserk pack here as well. Hit the switch. That'll lower the yellow keycard and we can head out of this area. The yellow door is pretty nasty. There's a whole bunch of enemies in here, including shotgunners and cacodemons. There's also going to be a bunch of arachnotrons and pain elementals that we'll be facing in this area. It's a great idea to get rid of all these guys. You really don't want them hanging around for too long, because otherwise this area will get too busy. There is a BFG on top of that pillar there, but we can't really do much about that right this second. We do need to grab this blue key card here though. As soon as we do, an Arachnotron will spawn at the entrance of the room. Once we've made these Arachnotrons appear, you can actually drop back down into the central area and take out the Arachnotrons all around this room. I do recommend that because there are points in this room where you are likely to get swarmed if you're not too careful. The first thing we're going to do is hit that switch, and it brings down the BFG. Good thing the BFG did its job there. As you pass through the central area here, some pinkies will spawn, as well as some cacodemons. This is one of the reasons why you want to keep that central area clear. If you allow the enemies to stock up, they will become a problem. And we're not done yet with the enemies appearing out of nowhere. Once we grab these rockets here, hitting the blue switch there reveals the central part here. I think there's 4 pain elementals in this area. If you have the BFG, just use it to smack them all down quickly. You really don't want them flooding this area with lost souls because they will rip you to shreds. That was relatively clean for me, and I'm doing not too well on the health front. The red keycard brings the room back to normal. While all that was going on, some enemies have appeared on the far side of the level here. I'm trying to make good use of that pillar in the centre there, because the pain elemental can't really shoot lost souls through the middle towards you. I do like how this level looks, I have to say. It's a very spooky and very intimidating level. Quite well thought out as well. It's quite nice that there are different areas with different objectives for the player to complete in this one. Just wandering around, making sure I've picked up all the ammo I can. There is a partial invisibility there. I genuinely don't like using the partial invisibilities because it does make things a little tricky. But in this final area, we should be okay with it. Be careful where you walk in this room. As you make your way around the room, enemies will start spawning in. And you'll see in a second what I mean by that. Because there is a Baron of Hell there, and while you're distracted by that, a Pain Elemental silently spawns behind you, as you can see there. And obviously if you're fighting the Baron of Hell, that's going to lead to a very nasty time, very, very nasty indeed. When we hit this switch, there's two Hell Knights, sorry, not Barons of Hell. 2 Hell Knights inside the room here. We hit that switch, it lowers the elevator there, and that'll take us towards the end of the level. And we're pretty much done with this one now. We just have to beat some spectres out here, and that's this level done. I do like this one. I think it's a very well thought out level. In terms of Doom 64 levels, this is definitely one of the better ones that we've played through. It's quite nice to play through. There's a real challenge throughout the level, and ammo's a bit scarce, which I'm not too bad with in this, because ultimately this is supposed to be a challenging set of levels, and I think that this is definitely taking a step or two up from the base Doom 64 difficulty levels. Hey, and welcome to map 3 of Doom 64's Lost Levels. This is Cold Grounds. The thing with this level is that we are seeing another keep level here, where we basically have to infiltrate the centre of the level. We basically start outside, and there's a lot of enemies outside here that we really want to deal with. I'm just scavenging for health and armour at the minute. There's a lot of opportunities to kill enemies further on in the level. in this one, but the disadvantage to that obviously is that we'll be burning through quite a lot of ammo. So ammo management is going to be quite important on this one. We get a chain gun here and some armor, so this level does not hold back in giving us what we want. There is an Arachnotron way off in the distance here. There's some Arachnotrons in cages. They can be pretty annoying on this level, so it's a good idea to try and get rid of them as quickly as possible. There's a super shotgun there on the ground. I'm going to take care of the pinkies with the chain gun first, so I don't really fancy grabbing it and using it on them. There's also light amplification goggles, which are actually slightly useful here. If only because they make the enemies easier to spot up top. You can see here that the enemies in the center, if they're able to, they will try to make their way towards us. At this exact moment, we could go up top, but I don't really want to. Right now, I want to make sure we clear out the moat around this keep. As you can see, there are plenty more enemies down here for us to deal with and mess around with. It's worth killing all of these enemies just because later on in the level we are going to hit points where ammo will become a bit of a stretch. Good opportunity here to get rid of the Hell Knights at the end of the level. Spoilers, that was the exit. We enter this nice looking cave here with all the candles lighting up the outsides of the room. You can also see our good friend the Pain Elemental has come to say hi. We're safe behind this bar and it's worth getting rid of this thing as quickly as possible. There's going to be a lost soul down here, isn't there? Yes, there is. We've pretty much gone as far as we can go in that direction, so we may as well go back and head up that lift that we saw earlier on. The thing with these kind of levels in Doom 64 is that they're basically demanding you go exploring. You need to look in every sort of corner of this map to unfold the level so that you can actually get further into it. And I know some people really don't like that kind of level. Some people just like to be taken through a level. So this is very much one of those levels where if you don't like exploration and kind of backtracking, this is not the one for you. Good chance to pin down the Hell Knight numbers in the center there. You can see a bunch of pinkies down below. My shooting was terrible there. Good opportunity to get rid of that Arachnotron as well. We need the yellow key to hit that switch there. That'll allow us to go further into the level. There is also an invulnerability there. I'm going to save that for the second wave, I think. The second wave of monsters can be pretty nasty on the tougher difficulties. Lots of ammo for us there. We're going to take care of this horde of pinkies now. We've let them live for too long. Also a good idea because more enemies are going to be spawning into the level here, and I really don't want to be dealing with all of those enemies at once. Grabbing the yellow key brings all these enemies into play here. There's a few cacodemons that have spawned around the keep area here, so we just need to make sure we don't get overrun by those. With the imps eliminated, we can now focus on the flying meatballs. You can see the pillars there still up. We need to hit the yellow switch here, which allows us access to this central area. See that cacodemon way off in the distance there. Don't see any other threats right now. When we hit this switch, it's going to bring down the wall, and we're going to see some Hell Knights behind it. When we hit this switch here, this wall will drop down and another Hell Knight will come out. There is actually a chance to access a secret in here. Let's see if I can make that happen. There we go. So this is the only secret in the level. It gives us a supercharge. It is very much appreciated. Something is shooting at us. I can hear something shooting at us. Oh, it's the Hell Knights and the Barons up there, right. Going to do a very quick sweep here for ammo, just to see if there's any more that we can grab. There's lots of little shotgun shells around, and that's good for us. We also need to hit that switch. We don't need to kill those enemies right now, but it's a good idea to thin the herd as much as possible. When we grab the red keycard there, more enemies spawn in. There's 2 pain elementals that spawn alongside all these enemies, so it's probably a good idea to find those as quickly as we can. I'm going to now make use of this. Pain elementals are a real nightmare in this game because they shoot 2 at a time, and the lost souls are generally more aggressive in this game. And if you allow them to flood a level with lost souls, then things can get very hectic very quickly. What is this? Let's get rid of the meatballs here. Looks like the pen elementals found me. They also look way more menacing in Doom 64. I have to say, like, that thing looks like it could give you nightmares. Good thing we did this, because we were able to catch those cacodemons before they became a real problem for me. What? Oh, you, hello. That was a cheap shot if there was ever one. There's plenty of ammo inside here for the rocket launcher. If you go up these elevators, there's 2 directions you can go in. This way, and the other way takes you towards the blue door. We don't actually have the blue key right this second. It's actually in one of the more interesting puzzles in Doom 64. So you have to take note of that pattern there. And we'll talk about what you need to do with that in a second. But we do need to eliminate all these enemies because we won't be able to do anything in this room until that happens. Once you eliminate those enemies, the walls there drop down, and we basically need to put that pattern into these slots. This is a really interesting utilization of the switches in this game because you don't really get to do this normally in Doom or Doom 64. Okay, I've messed this up slightly. Okay, so that's the right one, I think. What about this one? No, it's definitely not that. Which one was it? I have terrible memory recall with puzzles like this. Normally, I would just write down what the answer is so I can see it in front of me, but I wanted to see if I could remember this time, and obviously I could not. When you get it right, the blue key drops down there. I like how it does it silently as well, so you don't even know if you've got it right until you have a look at it. Definitely one of the more interesting utilizations of a unique mechanic in Doom 64. Because I don't think that's actually been used so far in Doom 64, which is pretty interesting. That it gets introduced here of all places. You can't let any pinkies survive. Not even the children pinkies. As we make our way across to the blue door here, we've pretty much taken out all the enemies in here. The only enemy that we couldn't kill was this Arachnotron, because I don't know if it's possible to even wake it up from down below. But when you hit this switch, the platform there raises, and that's the end of the level. I do like this one. As mentioned at the start, if you don't like these kind of keep levels where you need to look around to find the way forward, I can imagine this kind of level is very frustrating to you, but I really like this level. I like this kind of style of level. So for me, Cold Grounds is very much a good one for me. And I think that there's a nice sense of exploration and progression. And I feel like there's a lot of fun encounters. The way that that central courtyard area gets used multiple times for multiple encounters. Again, something Doom 64 does really, really well. Hey, and welcome to the 4th level of Doom 64's Lost Levels. This is Wretched Vats. As we open the door here, we enter this peculiar looking room. There's a mesh cage above us, protecting us from the hell outside, but there's a bunch of monsters in front of us here. There's actually quite a lot of ammo around this room as well, so it's worth wandering around to grab that. Going to quickly clear out the imps down here, so I don't have to deal with them later on. There's also an armor down here which will be useful in this level. Very interesting looking opening room here. Make sure we grab all the goodies we can. As we head through this door, there's a few enemies around this cage in the center here. There is a Spectre in here, so we just need to make sure we don't get attacked by him. As we go through this door here, there are 2 imps waiting for us inside. There's a super shotgun. Once we grab that, the walls start coming down. This is the only Hell Knight we have to deal with in this room, but there are 2 lost souls behind that wall there. Just make sure they don't attack you from the side. Also be wary because there's more lost souls that spawn back in this room. To move forward, we've got to head down this little cavern here that's opened up. There are 2 directions you can head in here, but only one of them really progresses you forward right now. If you come into this room, there's no enemies in here right now. Once you've grabbed the red key later on, a bunch of enemies will spawn in here. You can grab the chainsaw now though, which could be useful. As we head down the spiral staircase, we come to a sort of basement room here. There are some Hell Knights down here. I do like to get rid of the shotgun guys in the cage before taking these guys on, just so I don't get my health chips away. There is a massive secret in this room as well, but we won't be dealing with that until we've grabbed the key card here. The super shotgun is more than adequate for dealing with these enemies once they spawn in. When you come to this wall here, you can actually get yourself a plasma rifle. Now the plasma rifle is actually incredibly useful, but just be careful, because again there's another little pocket of lost souls that appear on the far side of the room there. As you can see, a bunch of enemies have spawned in. You can't go back the way we came, so the only way to get back to the start of the level is through here. There's no other direction for us to go. We need to go through the red door here. Once you come through here, some enemies will spawn in here. This is where the plasma rifle could really come into its own if you've saved the ammo for it, which I clearly didn't there. Be wary of the nightmare imps and the lost souls. We can now go through this red door here. This kind of becomes the main hub of the level moving forward. There's two directions we can go in, left or right from here. But we need to clear out the room because it's filled with arachnotrons, and behind those bookcases there's actually a bunch of enemies that we need to make sure we're ready for when they drop down. I am going to focus my attention on these arachnotrons here just because I don't see much reason to let them wander around. Don't shoot the pillar like that, that's a waste of ammo, let me tell you. Grab all the goodies around this room. There are some arachnotrons wandering around, so just be mindful of that. The exit's right in front of us there, but we can't actually do anything with that right now. We actually need to get the other two keycards to make that happen. Lower the rocket launcher here, and it lowers all of the bookcases there. As we get rid of the enemies here, we just got to be careful because there are some enemies like the Hell Knights there that can cause a bit of trouble if you turn your back on them. If we head this way, we can quickly clear out this chamber here. We can't actually progress too far in here, we actually need the blue key. But if we get rid of all these enemies, it will make things a bit easier later on, when we might not have as much ammo to hand. Take care of the Baron there. There's a Hell Knight who spawned into the centre there, just get rid of him. There's the door we can't open quite yet. We do need the blue key to progress there, so we need to head in the other direction here. Making sure there's no secrets there. For some reason I thought there was a secret there, but I don't think there is. No ammo around here, so we can move to the next room. We'll grab the backpack there. Once we go around this corner, there's a Hell Knight. There's also some shotgunners behind us here who annoyingly will shoot us in the back, but we can grab this berserk pack to get our health back. These nightmare imps aren't really a problem for us. When we go into this area here, we'll be able to grab the blue key. You can see that this kind of lets you loop around the level, so that's pretty nice. There's a lot of monsters in this area here, especially in the courtyards out to the sides. There's 4 Caco demons in play, and you can see there's also nightmare imps who do like to wander around to shoot us in the side. You can see the blue key there. We can't quite get to it just this second, but we will be in a moment. It's very much worth getting rid of all these enemies, because once we grab the blue key card, a bunch of more enemies are going to spawn in, and this area will become chaotic. Just need to be a bit careful, my health isn't doing too great there. Take care of you. And you. You can wander outside here. There are some goodies, like some health packs and some ammo if you really want them out here. There's also a secret here with a mega arm inside, which is very, very useful. Again, you can loop around into an earlier part of the level here. This would be great if this was a multiplayer map, but unfortunately Doom 64 does not have official multiplayer support in these ports, which is a real shame. When we hit that switch, it opens up the center and allows us to go into the blue key chamber. We do need to be very careful though, because it's one of these little traps, and we will lose quite a lot of health if we time this wrong. You can see a bunch of nightmare imps have spawned around here. There's also a Baron of Hell over there. I kind of want the Baron to go into the center chamber there, and he has done. Let's watch him get squished. Delightful. And that's pretty much it for this section here. We won't be coming back in this direction. A bunch of Hell Knights and Barons have spawned here in this library section, so we need to be very careful of that. Now that we have the blue key card, we can head to the final section of this level. Just wanted to show off that the exit requires us to have all 3 key cards. There's no real way to cheese it on this level. This section can be very nasty if you're not careful. I recommend taking your absolute time with this area. Don't go rushing in head first, because if you dive in and you allow all the enemies to spawn in, you will get overwhelmed. My best shout here is to just take your time, take out the enemies around the room, and try to make sure that you're not leaving yourself open to being attacked. You can see there's some nightmare imps up there. We'll be heading up in that section there in a little bit. We can't really hit them reliably. The main thing is to get rid of that Arachnotron. You can tell this is going to be a nice room because of all the box of rockets that are dotted around here. Hello, you. Once we come down to the bottom of the room here, Arachnotrons will spawn in like that. Excellent. This is where this room can become a real nightmare. If you're not careful with how you manage these enemies, you can get overwhelmed and taken down very easily there. As we're making our way around here, more enemies have appeared at the bottom there, but we can now access the bottom part of this chamber. We will be making use of the plasma rifle here. I'm not the biggest fan of this plasma rifle. I don't like using it because I feel the rate of fire is a bit slow. I like it when the plasma rifle just shoots rapidly like it does in the PC version. But it gets the job done here, and that's all that really matters. You'll be wanting to clear out this area because we'll have to come back into this section in a bit, and more enemies will be spawning in, so don't think for a second that we're done just yet with this area. There's a secret here as well with a supercharge. Okay, that was a mistake. That was a bigger mistake. Oh gosh, okay. Didn't expect him to come around that corner there. We almost paid for that dearly. Just going to do a quick scavenge around here, make sure we pick up all the ammo and health that we can. We'll be wanting that as we go into the next section. We'll be heading back into the previous room when we hit this switch. But as you can hear, some enemies have just woken up, which is always a lovely sound to hear in Doom 64. So you can see more Arachnotrons have spawned down below. It's not so much of a problem if you've got a lot of health, but if you're struggling for ammo at this point, this bit is a real nightmare. It's also about just making sure you manage the enemies. You can use the pillars in the center of the room to hide away from the Arachnotrons. Make sure you grab that yellow key and then run like grease lightning through to here. And we're pretty much done with this level. There's one final room here with some enemies before the exit switch, but honestly, this level is pretty much done. I like this one. I think this is a fun level to play through. It's got some nice traps, and I think it's got a really inventive layout. I think that there's a lot to see and do in this level, and there's quite a few fun encounters, in particular that Arachnotron room where the yellow key was. There's a lot going on in that room, and I think it's really, really fun. Definitely a fun Doom 64 level, this one. And we are coming up to the end of this playthrough. We've only got 2 more levels left. I have been enjoying these lost levels. It's really nice to be able to play some new Doom 64 levels. The only time I've played these levels up to this point was when this actually came out. So getting to re-experience these and kind of go a bit more in depth and take my time playing through them has been really, really fun. The Glory's up next. That's the penultimate level. And then we've got the final level, which is, I believe, Final Judgement. Hey, and welcome to the penultimate level of Doom 64's Lost Levels. This is Thy Glory. In order to get out of this opening area, we have to kill all the Arachnotrons on the floor here. There's a handful of them dotted around, but because we're pistol starting, we don't have the advantage of all the weapons we've collected previously. Oh, hello. Wow, okay. Did not expect that one to be there when I turned around. That was a moment. We can kill the imps up top here as well. We don't have to though, because we'll be killing those as we move through the level anyway. It just makes this area a lot safer for me to run around in. There is an armor bonus in the middle of this area, so before we head off down this canal, it is a good idea to kill all the enemies as you're making your way through this level. There's a lot of areas in this level where you'll be backtracking and walking into areas where there's a bunch of enemies that could potentially cause harm to you. It's a good idea to get rid of them as quickly as possible. There's a blue door there, but we can't actually do anything with that right now. We need to get the blue key, which it will be seen later on in this level. We're now up in the cages where those imps were earlier on. You can see the yellow key just through that window there. We can't get to it right now, but the switch here will take us closer to it. We can't go inside there yet. That is the red door. Once we drop down here, a bunch of cacodemons will spawn into this area. And some Arachnotrons will be waiting for us under here. I did not realise there was one behind me there. I got savaged there. That could have been very nasty if I hadn't moved quickly. Already in this level there's a lot of variation in the architecture being used, and I really appreciate that. This level definitely feels like a big deal just because there's a lot of visually different rooms and different kind of lighting being used across the different rooms. You can see that when you look through the window there. Lots of different lighting being used, and there's a lot of elevation in this one as well. Enemies looking down on you from above and making you feel powerless as you're wandering through this level. There's a Cacodemon over there. There should be some health around here that I've not picked up yet, so we'll be looking for that quickly. As we make our way around this area, I'm just glancing around looking for any health I've not picked up. There is some imps still up there, so just going to see if I can hit those. We'll be heading up here anyway in a second. There's a yellow door there. Hit this blinking wall panel there. It opens up a secret room here with a supercharge. If, like me, you're not doing well for health, it's a good way to top up. We come to this room here. There's a rocket launcher in the center there. There's no way I'm going to grab that right now though, because as with most things in Doom 64, it's very clearly a trap and intended to really just punish the player for even thinking about going near it. But we do actually need to pick it up in order to progress, so I'm going to wait a second here. Because when you do pick it up, the walls drop down around the room and a bunch of Cacodemons will be heading in our direction. There's also a Mancubus and 2 Arachnotrons on the far wall behind, just in front of us there. You'll see them to the left in a second. Lost Souls are such a pain when you've got a rocket launcher out. You can see there, the Mancubus took a shot at me. Wasn't able to hit me, but it did make an attempt. Excellent. There is a secret in this room. If we hit this panel over there. First things first though, I'm going to get rid of this Mancubus. It's worth doing this while I remember it because I don't want to forget about that Mancubus. So in order to activate this secret, you got to lower that panel, shoot that switch, and then you get the blue armor as well as some energy cells. All very useful. We'll be picking a plasma rifle up later on in this level. Because we killed those imps earlier, and because we killed the Cacodemon, the only thing we really have to worry about here is this Hell Knight. Again, that's the advantage of taking out the enemies when you see them through the windows in this level. Make sure we picked up all the ammo and all the goodies. Make sure... I think there's another secret around here somewhere. Just trying to remember where it is. We need to be heading over there. Let's see if I can activate that early. We can't. You need to activate the switch there in order to lower the panels with the items on them. We'll head into this door here. Nothing too surprising inside of here. You don't really expect to see any new enemies at this point in the Doom campaign, and definitely not going to be seeing any here. There is a secret behind this wall here, with this Hell Knight here guarding the full map and some ammo. Now, I never really make use of the auto map in this game, unless I absolutely have to. Hitting that switch raises up the platform to where the Mancubus was. It also brings a bunch of imps into play. The thing about this level is that it's kind of like an onion. There's different layers and you've got to sort of figure out what each switch does to get you to the next part. And I can definitely tell that this is a level that would probably confuse and annoy a number of players, and I wouldn't blame them. As you can see, in order to grab that secret there, which is marked on the Berserk pack, you've actually got to hit all the switches to get around here. We will be grabbing that backpack very soon. But right now, that switch doesn't actually help us out. It's actually around here. Interestingly, the ammo backpack is not marked as a secret. I'm definitely not going to say no to ammo at this point. When we hit this switch, a bunch of Caco demons are going to spawn in the middle here. I think there's also a pain elemental floating around somewhere in here if I'm not mistaken. No, there's no pain elemental here, but there are a lot of them on this level. You might have noticed as well, we haven't actually grabbed any of the keys so far. We actually need to go and pick up the yellow key card, which is in this room here. So that is the first key card we've picked up. Be careful for the missiles launching there. Don't do what I just did and walk into them both, because that would be very silly on your part. Also be careful, because as you head back through the level here, a bunch of missiles will shoot at you at various points. Let's get rid of these demons here. Well, pinkies. So as we enter the yellow door here, we've got to take out the Hell Knight on the other side. It's important when you're going through these levels to make sure you're eliminating the enemies as you're passing through. A lot of these enemies will tail you through the level and they will cause problems because you will have to backtrack. This is one of those levels where unfortunately backtracking is part of its DNA. We can't go in the blue door yet. This room is a particularly nasty one and also a bit of a confusing puzzle for first timers, I'd argue, because it definitely caught me out when we were coming through here the first time. So basically that blue key there, we actually have to lower the pillar that it's resting on so that we can actually drop down and grab it. Now in order to do that we've got to hit certain switches, but the switches are not super obvious to us right now. Before we worry about all that, I am going to head into this room and take care of these enemies. The Mancubus though in particular is very nasty. If you're not expecting to see a Mancubus around that corner, it could very easily catch you out. You can also see I'm not doing too hot in the ammo department. This level does have a bit of an ammo crunch towards the centre. We're getting plenty of cell ammo, but we don't have anything to use it with right now. Once you kill all the enemies, that pillar drops down. We will be needing to use that teleporter very imminently, but right now it's all about hitting those switches. When you hit that switch there, that allows you to drop down into the lava, blood, whatever this is. I am going to be making use of the Berserk pack here. I haven't been making use of this in Doom 64 as much as I would in other Doom games. I don't even want to describe what's going on there. You guys can figure that one out for yourselves, but all I'm going to say is this is very much a PG stream, and yeah. Anyway, this is one of the switches that you need to hit in order to move things forward. These switches don't actually lower the platform with the blue key on, but they do get you access to the areas where you can hit those switches. So yeah, it's one of those kind of puzzles where you've got to hit switches to be able to hit the switches that you need to, you know, grab the key card. This is one of those here, and you can see the room fills up again with enemies, and this time there are pain elementals here. A solid shout here is just to get rid of everything as quickly as possible. Those lost souls can be particularly nasty. The other switch is on the other side over here. As mentioned, if you don't know where you're going, if you're coming to this for the first time, it can be pretty easy to miss the switches to lower the platform because they are kind of hidden out of the way, in particular this one. But you do get a plasma rifle for your troubles here, which I think does make up for it a tiny bit. You then also need to remember to head back to the teleporter to be able to run down. You can see the blue keycard has dropped quite a bit. All that cell ammo is finally coming useful for us. I think I heard a Caco demon floating around. I just want to make sure everything is gone. There it is. I just want to make sure everything's gone before we go for that blue key card, because once I start running towards it, I really don't want to have to stop for anything. Once you've cleared all the enemies, head into the teleporter there, and you can see we have some Caco demons on the other side of that wall there, but the rocket launcher has made quick work of them. So once you've got the blue keycard, you don't have to hang around this area. You can move on to the next part of the level. And very helpfully, that blue door there brings you back here. So this is the next phase of this level. There are some imps to the side here. They're pretty harmless until the room starts filling up in a bit. There's two rooms you can head into. There's this one here. You can't actually progress fully through this one. You need to raise the platform to get around. But it is advisable to come here and get rid of these guys, just because you really don't want to be dealing with these when you're trying to carefully walk over the platform. There's also a Baron of Hell there. We don't like the Baron of Hell, so we're going to get rid of you as quickly as possible. Once we get rid of this Hell Knight here, we can head in the other direction. So in order to bring up the key, which is what the whole point of this room is, we have to drop down into this sort of sewer area here. Once we drop down, a bunch of enemies will spawn in with us. We've got to kill all of these enemies in order to progress past this part of the level. Making good use of the plasma rifle here, because why the heck not? We haven't killed all the enemies yet. There are some pinkies on the side here. You didn't die to the first double barrel shotgun shot. That was annoying. It's very interesting to me that Doom 64 doesn't make extensive use of pain floors. This would be a level where you would assume there'd be a lot of pain floors, but I don't think there's actually any on this level. I think they just avoid using them entirely, which is an interesting decision. When you hit that there, it lowers this wall here, gives you a bunch of ammo. We will be needing that, so not going to complain about that at all. Once you hit the switch, the key actually disappears. It goes to the room back here. So as I mentioned earlier on, where the room with the two imps in it. Helpfully that teleporter brings you back here, but there's a bunch of enemies here now. Don't worry, this isn't the only onslaught we'll be facing at this exact moment. When you go to grab the key here, a bunch of Mancubus and I think a Baron of Hell show up in this room. Yeah, there's the Baron. I recommend just coming to the bottom of the room here and taking out the Mancubus at the bottom. It's the quieter side of the room and it does make things a lot easier to handle. With the red keycard, we can run towards the end of this level. We are going to do some quick mopping up just to make sure I've got all the enemies. Don't know why I went in there. We don't need to go down there. Just quickly check for health. So you can see in the center there, that's the exit, and you can see the red door over there. So it's not too difficult to find your way. We don't need to be going down there. There is, however, one final little trap here. Yes, there's a bunch of pain elementals at the level's exit. It is a very nasty trap because they do come out of nowhere and they can launch Lost Souls at you pretty aggressively. And in Doom 64 you do take quite a bit of damage even from just being near these things when they blow up, so it's a pretty nasty final trap, especially if you've not been looking after your ammo count. I just want this thing gone. Let's go. Excellent. And that, my friends, is Thy Glory, the penultimate level for Doom 64's Lost Levels. Is it a good penultimate level? I definitely think it's a fun penultimate level. If you don't mind kind of exploring and backtracking and doing puzzles, then this one's very much right up your street. There's a lot of intense battles in this one. There's a few moments where things get really hairy, and I think that this one really does put you on the edge of your seat, especially if you're pistol starting. It really expects you to be going around every corner, making sure that things are safe to wander into. A few of the traps are mean, a few of the traps are a bit nasty, but I think that the level gives you just enough weapons and ammo to make it fair. Do I think it's one of the best Doom 64 levels? I don't know if I'd say that, but I definitely think it's one of the stronger Lost levels that we've seen. Hey, and welcome to Final Judgement, the final retail Doom 64 level, and the final level of the Lost levels for Doom 64. Here we are. This level is very interesting. It basically serves as a jumping off point for Doom 64 and also helps to bridge the gap between this and Doom Eternal. So let's get to it. We're going to grab the invulnerability here. We're going to run outside, and during this phase of invulnerability I'm just going to try and get rid of as many of these enemies as I can. I'm just going to fire wildly into the distance, get rid of this cyber demon as quickly as possible. 2 shots with a BFG, very nice. The intention here is to get rid of as many of these pain elementals as well. They are a big problem. The lost souls that they spawn are a nightmare to deal with. You can see there's a lot of mancubus around this level. Mancubus, mancubi. It's important to make sure that you use the corners in this level very, very effectively. There's a lot of enemies, and this level does remind me of the penultimate level from the original set of Doom 64 levels, No Escape. In fact, you can definitely tell a lot of inspiration was taken from that level for this one. And it's funny because when I played that level, I did say it probably made a better final level than Absolution. So I guess when they were making this, they kind of felt the same way, because there's very clearly comparisons to be made between the two levels here. The main objective though is to just clear this central arena out. Once you've cleared this arena out, the level's difficulty really does go off a cliff. Ultimately, a lot of these enemies are the main danger. I'd even argue that the multiple cyber demons are super easy to defeat, just because this level gives you so much ammo and so much health and multiple invulnerabilities. We're playing on the top difficulty here, and even on this difficulty, the game is very, very, very generous with what it gives you. And I'd argue that that's what makes this level slightly inferior to No Escape, but we'll talk about that at the end of the level. There's some mancubus in that window there just shooting out to me. The only thing with this level as well is that it's very easy to kind of lose track of where you need to be going, because you do need to grab the 3 demon keys. You'll have noticed in this run of the Lost levels we haven't been collecting demon keys, and that's because they're all located in this final level. Now that we've kind of cleared out most of the enemies around the arena, let's grab some of the better goodies in here. Save that for later. Grab the armor. It's a lot quieter now that we've dealt with all the enemies. You can see 1 demon key up there. You do actually need to grab the demon keys, otherwise the final boss will not spawn into the level. You can also see when you go into certain areas, you will have to face down against some cyber demons that spawn in. We'll grab this invulnerability. Oh, I missed you two earlier on, didn't I? The main thing about this level is that there's cyber demons that spawn in So if you don't clear out this central area, things can get incredibly hectic. But if you take your time and you just get rid of the enemies, things are not that difficult. We've grabbed the demon key there, so a cyber demon should have spawned here. So that's this level's big trick, really. Not quite sure what hit me at the end there. Maybe the explosion from the cyber demon. Grab some of that health. If you hit this switch, a bunch of ammo is behind this wall. So if you're running low, which you really shouldn't be on this level, then that's the place to go. You can see this takes us around to the different caverns around the outside of the level. So right now I'm just trying to remember where it is we need to go to pick up these demon keys. You will have to do a bit of exploring just to find your way around. There's the second one. So I think we've got one more to grab here, in case I haven't shown it off once we've killed this cyber demon. As I've mentioned, the cyber demons are really not that big a threat when you've got the combination of all the weapons you've been handed, as well as the demon keys on the Unmaker here. This is actually the first time in this whole playthrough I'm actually able to show you what the Unmaker is like when you've fully powered it up. It is pretty impressive. You need to bring down these switches here. We just need to find the final one. We can see the final one up there, but I do need to find how to get up to it. There we are. Final demon key acquired. That means that we can finally bring in the final boss of this level, and no surprises, it's going to be the Mother Demon. It actually creates a bit of a contradiction, the Mother Demon appearing here in the story, just because the original one implied there was only one Mother Demon, but apparently there are two. And with the fully upgraded Unmaker, this final boss fight is going to be an absolute joke. Just look how fast that is shooting into the boss there. Absolutely redonkulous. And that is the end of Doom 64's Lost Levels. I feel like this, in theory, should be a better level than No Escape, but ultimately, I think that it doesn't quite reach the heights that that level did. I think that this level just gives things away a bit too easily, and even though there's a lot more enemies on this one, I feel that the encounters aren't quite as intense. I feel that the Unmaker, for example, is just a bit too easy at the end there. It's way too easy to take out the final boss, in my opinion. And it's a real shame, because I get why they had to reuse it, but it kind of also exposes how the Mother Demon boss is a bit rubbish when it's not in sort of like a big open space. This text blurb here basically links us to the start of the Doom 2016 game and Doom Eternal, and it kind of explains how ThatNukemGuy ends up in that situation. So yeah, Doom 64 is part of the modern Doom canon, which is part of the reason why it got this release in the first place. I'm never going to say bad things about Doom 64. I really like Doom 64. Really fun aesthetic, some really fun encounters, some great level design in there. I get some people don't like Doom 64, and some people really don't want to see Doom 64 because they feel it's not a proper Doom game. It's too slow. It's got repetitive use of textures and all that. But for me, Doom 64 has a very special place for me as a Doom gamer, as a gamer in general. It's one of my favourite first-person shooters on N64, on PC, on the modern consoles. So yeah, if you've not played this, I do recommend doing so. It is definitely worth your time. And as for Doom 64, I do plan to do a level breakdown review series at some point. I will get around to that when I do the rest of the Doom games in a similar fashion. So this is not the end of Doom 64 content on this channel. Let me know what you think of Doom 64. Do you like Doom 64? Do you hate Doom 64? Let me know what your thoughts are, and thank you so much for watching this series.